on time. This unfortunately is probably not what some of you were expecting for Wednesday night. And it looks like we got quality options right away, which makes me feel very good. So we're going to jump in. Well, I usually take about 10 minutes, let's say, to ramp things up. I have a feeling that this might be one of those videos that does a bit better on YouTube. So for those of you who like watching my stuff on YouTube, you can feel free to fast forward about 10 minutes if you don't like the preamble. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the game, why I'm playing the game, and also do a little bit of stream housekeeping. So if you're not into that, you can jump ahead to the 10-minute mark. I will do my best to keep as disciplined as I can on those timings. So I was given a key to this game from Brace Yourself Games. In fact, I really should probably be a little more on top of things in terms of. By the way, I really like the new logo. So actually, I'll tell you what, let's get the preamble out of the way. Welcome to the Brigade. We're excited for you to experience Phantom Brigade and to have your help shaping its development during the early access period. During the course of development, some aspects of the game might feel rough, sparse, or buggy. Every month we'll release a major update, which will include bug fixes, new features, and quality of life improvements for players. We appreciate your patience and feedback throughout this process as we work to deliver the most important features and fixes. From the main menu, check out our early access roadmap to see what's coming next for Phantom Brigade, reach out to us via the Brace Yourself Games Discord community, or read the latest patch notes for the latest changes and known issues. Thank you for joining us on this journey, and we look forward to making Phantom Brigade better and better with your help. There is, of course, a seizure warning, which probably should apply to the stream as well. So a very small percentage of people may experience a seizure when exposed to certain visual images, including flashing lights or visual patterns. These seizures may have a variety of symptoms, including lightheadedness, altered vision, eye or face twitching, jerking, or shaking of arms or legs, disorientation, confusion, or momentary loss of awareness. Immediately stop playing and consult a doctor if you experience any of these symptoms. If you or any of your relatives have a history of seizures or epilepsy, it is recommended that you consult a doctor before playing. Hopefully the game-to-voice volume is all right. So whenever I see that WWise is not necessarily only used by PowerUp Audio, but whenever I see that, I immediately assume that PowerUp worked on this. And of course, given the fact that they've worked with Brace Yourself in the past, where is it? Sound design, right here. So, I came from Vancouver. I went to Vancouver to work in the film industry originally. I also went to school in Vancouver. I miss it terribly, but I do know that Brace Yourself is a Vancouver-based company, as is PowerUp. And while I cannot say I know, and I think I know one person in the credits here on a very sort of casual basis, but it's still very cool to see so many Canadian developers make such cool stuff. So I wanted to get credit where credit is due. So thank you to, most importantly, thank you to Brace Yourself for sending out the key. But specifically, Madeline, thank you very much for reaching out with that. Obviously, this is the second Brace Yourself game in recent times that I was given a key for. Industries of Titan, which, by the way, I slightly had disrupted in terms of when I was going to be going back to it. One of the big challenges, it's great, the game is getting a lot of updates, which is really great, but given the fact that I just nibbled so much on games for a while, it actually made it kind of hard to do it and not immediately have sort of a broken save. And again, that's purely on me. That is a good thing that they are doing that for that game, because it means that it's an active development. It means they're taking in the feedback that they're getting from the early access period. And it was one of the reasons why I've wanted to do this more sustained run of certain games. So the good news here, and in fact, one of the reasons I'm not doing Industries of Titan right now is because Phantom Brigade came out. But suffice to say, we've done a bit of Industries of Titan anyway. I have not done some of the more recent material in sort of favor of being able to do that live on stream for the first time. But there will be a lot more games like this in the future if that's the sort of thing that you're looking for. It is also worth mentioning that this game is available to buy now, just like Industries of Titan was. It is currently in an early access period, and it is currently available on the Epic Store. So if you follow that link inside of chat there, that gives you my affiliate link. I get a small portion of the revenues from the game if you buy it on Epic. I don't know. So right now, the only official release for the game is Epic. I don't know if it's officially said it's coming on to, I don't know if it's officially said it's coming on to Steam, but the usual thing has tended to be you have the year on Epic, and then after that year, they come on. Of course, I don't know any better than any of you. So right now, if you want to buy the game, and particularly if you want to participate in the early access period and help make the game better, you can buy that on Epic. And while it is much more important that you support the developers, if you would like to make sure that a little bit of that goes towards me, you can either use that affiliate link, or when you're at the checkout, there is a content creator code that says System Chalk. And while I don't, or not System, you can type in System Chalk and I get the credit for the sale. I don't want to be too mercenary about this, but I think it is important to disclose that for two reasons. One, I mean, it does help me kind of cover the costs of doing stream stuff. But in addition to the fact that there's the interest in the fact that the developer gave me a key for promotional purposes, there is also the fact that right now the only way that you can buy the game is through a service in which I have an affiliate link for. Whether or not you use that affiliate link, it's probably better to have that disclosed. So that's out of the way. Roadmap. Release in November. In December, player requested quality of life improvements, supply, economy, and workshop options, new combat environments, UI, UX improvements. In January, it's going to be a little bit more in terms of fleshing out the world and scenarios. And then I'm particularly interested in February because I don't know, so I don't know a lot about game design, but it seems to be even something like MechWarrior Online. Very frequently people say how hard melee is to do in a good way in mech games. And in some cases I can see why, and in other cases I can't. Like, so for a first-person shooter, effectively, like MechWarrior Online, I can see first-person being exceptionally difficult to do. Whereas something like BattleTech, it's kind of built into the tabletop rules, and it's, I'm assuming, might have been a little bit easier to put in. But what do I know, right? I don't make games, and so things that I think are easy are probably really hard, and things that I might imagine are really hard may actually be a bit easier than you think. So before I go on, because it is a Canadian developer, it is always nice to take a look at the people behind it. So the core development team, Adelaide Jenkins, Artyom Zuyev, I'm really sorry about the pronunciation here, Pavel Efimov, Pete Thornycroft, Nikita Cotter, and Alex Vostrov, which, when you think about something that looks this cool, you would normally imagine a whole lot of other names. Now, of course, there's the production support, there's operations. I was really interested to see that they have a diversity consultant on here. And I also think it's really cool that they do. So one thing that sometimes happens with games is you'll sort of see this very supposedly egalitarian approach and just like list all of the names. But I also sort of think that some people do want to be credited for the work that they do. So in this case here, there is the kind of credit of the studio, but people are still being given credit for what they're doing. And one of the reasons I mentioned that is I was kind of interested. I think the project lead is the one to do the introductory sort of walkthrough. And I was sort of interested, is like, what other things have they done? And so far as I can tell, I don't know if they've been a lead on past projects, but it looks like they were with Squad for Kerbal Space Program, and then Universe Sandbox 2, which is an interesting sort of pedigree. So yeah, needless to say, this game really seems like something up my alley. I was over the moon to get a key for this, and I'm really looking forward to sharing this. But all of that sort of lead-in time is I want to make sure that I don't know. There's just something nice about being able to sort of talk about at least what I know about the people behind it, and there is a certain degree of national pride in the fact that so many developers in Canada seem to be making all of these really interesting games. I hope the game to voice volume's all right. I do notice the game's a little high, but you guys can let me know if it's going wrong. I hit the 10-minute mark, and so let's jump into the tutorial. So in this mode, the game will generate a random seed automatically. Each new game would have a world that's generated differently. While this can add variety, it would also make it difficult to replicate the issues if you encounter any. A generated seed would be embedded in a report sent to us if you submit one. So I'm not sure if that's telling me that they would prefer if I randomize or generate. Like I would sort of say this is what this is referring to. In any case, I usually just like going with the default options. The only thing that I did inside here was, where was it? The default. Actually, sorry. This is one thing that I noticed that might be relevant to you guys. When I changed the display resolution to 1440, and it does have a UI scaling on here, I did notice a couple of the shaded areas sort of seemed to maybe cover this as if it was sort of built for 1080. So it's possible that there may be a few visual glitches that I'm introducing by playing the game at a higher resolution. The only thing that I can say is I kind of like, this is my first chance to play Phantom Brigade 2, and I kind of want that experience of like seeing it in all of its glory. And I mean, I did pay up for this monitor. So I'm sorry, this is the compromise. But I wanted to sort of maybe be a little upfront that if you see something that might seem a little off on the UI, it's possible that I have introduced that rather than it being part of the game. Anyways, I did say I was going to start playing after 10 minutes. We're now at 11. Let's jump into the tutorial.
Sorry to strap you in so early today, Lieutenant, but we'll have to cut our checks short. We've lost the town comms last night, and I'd like you to take a look at the tower we have half a click north from here.
How you doing, Mad King Brutos? Thank you very much for that Mass Effect 3 game on the weekend, by the way. All right, guided tutorial, 1 of 2. We are now starting a short tutorial for what... We are now starting a short tutorial that would show you the main mechanics and controls of the game. To begin with, follow the contextual hints on the screen. The main controls you need to remember for now are left mouse click to confirm, right mouse click to cancel, and WASD to move the camera. So, I am actually going to take a small minute to sort of talk about why I found this game interesting and a resource that you might sort of find... might find interesting yourself. So, as I mentioned, I don't have anything to do with game development, but I do enjoy sort of following this sort of stuff. So one of the reasons why Brace Yourself Games was on my radar is not actually the fact that they made a really popular game in the form of Crypt of the Necrodancer, among others, of course. But it's the fact that Ryan Clark, who I think is the founder and lead, I'm sorry if I'm getting these titles wrong, has this series both on Twitch and on YouTube called Clark Tank. And he's been really good at sort of sharing a lot of his knowledge. I think he's been making games since 2004. And I mean, some of them have been incredibly successful. And so he has sort of a continuing series in terms of taking a look at what's working on Steam. He's sort of got this model of game design which involves sort of generating hooks to sort of de-risk a project. And so I try not to necessarily this is the thing. I play games, right? I don't make them. I am interested in experiencing the game as a player. So I don't necessarily look at this game in terms of like, well, what's the hook, right? Now that I have this model of development in my mind, well, how well does it align with the theory? I don't think that's an interesting way of playing it. But through people like that, I have kind of become interested in what goes on in the background behind these sorts of games. And there's a GDC talk on XCOM, the Firaxis remake or reimagining of the original published by Microprose. And what really caught my attention about that one was they talked about the genesis of that game as being basically a movie. And what they did was they sort of did this movie of what the game would be like. So like they only used camera angles that would be inside of the game, and it was sort of this sample about what the experience of the game would be like. And while there's quite a few differences from the final product, you can actually really see the DNA of a lot of those decisions going into the game that we ultimately got to play on the iPad and on consoles and on PC. And one thing that really attracts me to this is that this game is definitely not XCOM, and it's not BattleTech. It's its own thing. But what I think is really cool about it is this idea of sort of a very cinematic tactics game seems to be front and center there. So I don't know how much, I don't even necessarily know if anybody on the team necessarily saw that GDC talk. It's available on YouTube for free if you want to see it. But it did sort of strike me as soon as I saw the trailer for this, and I will admit I've done the very first turn, and I kind of got a little bit of an idea of where this was, and I immediately shut it down, and I'm like, okay, I got to share all of this on stream. What I think probably drew me to this the most is the idea that you have sort of these turns that take place all at once. You lock in your decisions and you see it all happen. And just that idea, when you have those moments in XCOM, sometimes when something big happens, it sort of moves the camera over and you see something really cool. This game sort of seems to be about those moments every single turn. And so we'll see whether or not that first impression kind of comes across. But that was one thing I wanted to talk about in terms of where this is going. So mission status: heading out. The border outpost lost comms with the outside world. Investigate the problem and create movement order. Take control of the walker and follow the commander plotting a path north. All right, left click on the destination to create the planned action. Click this button to put the plan into action.
Hey, Lieutenant. They're still installing the prototype in my rig, so don't hog all the action till I catch up.
Yes, it's not the most exciting test run of our new tech, but we've got people here counting on us, so let's move out.
So obviously I've already done this, but by the way, you can rotate the camera horizontally by pressing Q or E, or pitch it by pressing R or and F. You can also do the same by holding the middle mouse button. Generally in strategy games, if you hold down the middle mouse button, it gives you some kind of camera control. So I was relying on that. So again, we gotta move to this spot.
Whoa, what happened here? Probably just some damn rowdy civilians. HQ, this is Special Field Ops Team Bravo requesting immediate repair detail, over.
This is HQ. Negative, Commander. Repair detail busy until further notice. Stand by.
What could they be busy with? Well, let's see if we can't do a little more recon. Boot up that shiny new device Ops installed in your rig and we'll see what she's made of.
All right, mission status: investigate, activate the prototype hardware to scan the environment for activity, and boot up, activate the prototype hardware installed on your Mac.
Theoretically, this prototype can predict a short time into the future, allowing us an incredible advantage on the battlefield. This could change war forever. And as long as we have it, our citizens will be safe. I'll move to scout one side of the tower. If she's warmed up, you should be able to see where I'm moving and flank the opposite side.
The timeline. This new window you see in the corner of the screen is called the timeline. It is akin to a video progress bar, and you can move your mouse over it to see what would happen at any moment in time. In a moment here, the commander would plan a move, and we'll see how it works in practice. All right, so as you can see here, this is it's really neat how they've developed this. This is a very intuitive little window. But basically, you've already sort of seen the dots, but in this case here, you just simply move the mouse over and you go on. So a lot of this stuff, by the way, if you don't find the tutorial enough, there is a walkthrough video which kind of takes you through a lot of this as well, if you prefer to watch videos. Of course, if you're watching videos, I'd much prefer you watch my multi-hour videos of playing these games. But yeah, Brace Yourself has actually been pretty good at telling you how to play their games through a video, which also serves as a good little promotional tool. And as you can see here, my my little run bar is moving up as I move forward in the world. So test the prediction system to scan the environment, flank the commander as instructed, moving to meet him in sync. So if you want to see this, I think, by the way, is so this taps into a couple of games that I've really enjoyed. So of course, BattleTech and XCOM are turn-based games. Admittedly, BattleTech has an initiative system, but this reminds me a little bit of a wonderful game called Frozen Synapse. There was also a Frozen Synapse 2, which we did on stream. And that one, so basically you'll plan out your turn quite a bit like this, but what you do is you plot in what you think your opponent will do. So in this case, you sort of try and work out what you think the optimal approach is going to be. What we'll be seeing in a little while is that the game actually shows you what's going to happen, and so to a certain degree, it becomes a little bit of a puzzle. So this is almost this wonderful little... oh, hello. Oh, okay, so I guess there's an unidentified pilot here. I wonder if something's going to go wrong in the tutorial mission. But turns out it wasn't rowdy civilians after all. But again, I don't want to make a meal out of this one turn. But again, just in terms of things that this reminds me of a little bit. So Frozen Synapse, because you lock in your turn, you make all of your decisions, but also to a certain degree Into the Breach, which is a really wonderful sort of very minimalist approach to something like XCOM, where you had sort of perfect understanding of what the enemy was going to do, and also the order in which it would happen. This game, everything happens all at once, which I think sort of makes for the very cool sort of visual approach. I also really like the distortion that gets introduced as you move further into the future. Sort of this, I've been watching the TV series Devs lately, so the idea of sort of imperfections coming into the image as you move forward in time. But you know, one of the things that was really cool about Into the Breach was that you sort of rose and fall based on your reading of what the current situation was in that turn. There were no surprises, although there was a certain degree of randomness because there was always a chance that something would be protected or a hit wouldn't work. Or maybe not always, but there was a chance that some things would be protected. But part of the interest of that game was, you know, you could solve a given turn. You could solve a given turn very well, but still do the level poorly because you weren't necessarily anticipating what the follow-up moves would be. And so I kind of have some expectations that it might be like that in here. Anyways, let's hit the execute and see where it's going.
An unmarked tank and no transponder. What the hell? Is this some surprise war games maneuver? HQ, we have an unmarked non-cooperative tank at location 2SBR15. Confirm intent, over. HQ, confirm, over. Lieutenant, I'm getting a heat signature from the tank's power core. Check your prototype. If that tank even twitches, cripple it.
Maybe the tank shoots medicine. All right, contact. Deal with the unidentified vehicle. Initiate an attack on the hostile unit to retaliate. Move while firing. Reduce chances of being hit by creating optimal paths. So, of course, one thing that I might want to do, so I can already see what my commander's going to do. I can see what the tank's going to do. We move forward in time. Now, I don't know. So I'm going to make a guess here. But again, I think this is a fairly reasonable assessment. I'm going to guess this line means that the thing is opening fire. Doesn't look like they opened fire on me, so it would seem that the thing I want to try and do is take this thing out before it shoots at my commander. And let's start by attacking. So I can place this kind of anywhere on in the timeline that I want. Ah, okay. So if we move out, if I if I actually do it in this gray area, I have a more effective shot. So, double right click to move it. Let's move where the game tells me to. So what I'm going to do now, as I take a look at this read, I'm curious as to whether or not... Okay, so he just comes into the gray... Looks like he just comes into the gray circle. At the end. Okay, that's not ideal, but... I'll try and do it as early as I can in the... Alright, attacks can be repositioned on the timeline, allowing you to fine-tune the timing. Cool. I will admit, it would be a little more helpful for me if I could see where the targeting, that little gray circle. So I think I'd make a slightly better decision if I could sort of see what the distance was. I'm going to assume that that's fine. Anyways, it's a tutorial. I'm sure I don't exactly need to rack my brain on shooting the tank, but let's watch the magic happen. Did it blow up before I actually did the shot?
Good read on the tank. I'm hit, but just a scratch. What? I'm picking up multiple targets from the north. My God, this can't be right. Take cover! Take cover!
I'm actually slightly intrigued. So it looks like there isn't a... It looks like there isn't a replay option. That's a little bit of a shame. One thing I loved about Frozen Synapse was the fact... Let me just take a quick look here and make sure that I'm not missing something. Exciting for you to experience Phantom Brigade and have you shape its development during the course of development, some aspects of the game. Okay, we've done that. Control, open log, capture, seek, green shot. I'll be doing that a lot. Okay. I'm gonna guess that there isn't a replay. That's a little bit of a shame, because that was one thing I really liked about Frozen Synapse, which was the ability to kind of go back and see a particularly good play. But let's not focus on what the thing isn't. Let's focus on what we have in front of us. So in this case, we just gotta run away. It looks like contact, protect yourself from incoming fire. Your ability is your best defense. Fall back to avoid enemy fire. I mostly just wanted to see whether or not my shot actually worked there.
This is no war game.
Commander, multiple contacts just appeared on our forward slope. Weapons ready.
Treat us hostile. This is not a drill. Intercept and protect the town. We're on our way.
Roger, heading out.
HQ, come in. HQ, do you read? Pinned down by 2 treads. Returning fire. Got one. Shit, a walker. Lieutenant, get the...
Commander? Commander! Taking defensive position. The commander's down, but we have to focus. We have citizens to protect. There's a walker and multiple treads on approach. Remember, if things go to hell, set self-destruct and punch out, so they can't salvage our prototype. Whatever happens, let's meet at evac point R09.
All right, shotgun and shield unit. Wait and cover or close distance behind the shield, and then fire at close range. Giant robots and mice. How you doing, Prometheus? Yeah. So I'm also gonna guess here that this is gonna be a bit different from Into the Breach, where you make the choice as to whether or not you want to sacrifice the citizenry for the greater good. Okay, so let's we got a new unit here. We've got the shotgun unit. It did give an indication in terms of incoming fire for this well, maybe they're not shooting at him. So maybe what I want to do here is take advantage of the fact that nobody's going to be firing at me right away. And instead, I want to try and close the distance and get some early shots. The other thing that I'm trying choosing a path that balances reaching targets and avoiding damage. Move across enemy lines of fire. This makes you harder to hit. Oh, right. Okay, so like if I do a big so if I barrel down towards these guys, they're able to sort of fire directly at me. If I move horizontally, then it's going to make me a tougher mark. So if I'm going to have a shield in place, I sort of think being able to use the cover on this side and then sort of throw the shield up, sort of focusing on this side over here, is not a bad approach for this particular unit. So I'll start with that. And then the big question is, so I do know that I can fire as well. So I'm going to ignore the shield just because it doesn't seem like they're actually going to be firing at my unit here. And it sort of seems to me like the mech is probably the greater threat. Obviously, there's tanks. There's a lot of them, so I'm going to need to worry about sort of being swarmed. But right now, I think the mech is probably my greater, sort of the greater threat. So again, we'll see if I can get in. Okay. It's the optimal shot. You know what? I think I'm going to try 2. So the optimal shot's here. Oh, Jesus, that's at the start of the... That's at the start of the turn. Okay. We won't let the perfect be the enemy of the good here. So now the choice that I face with this unit is, do I want... So there's 2 kind of approaches that I can see on this, which is 1, clear out the side and then sweep in and take these guys out. Alternatively, one mech per trio, and then I sort of I clean up where I can. Again, this is in my view, this is sort of my freebie turn. Because nobody seems to be targeting me specifically. It seems like they're targeting most of the planets, or the planets, the houses. So let's just see realistically by the end of the timeline, where can I go? So here isn't terrible. Maybe what I want to focus on instead is how close can I get to these guys so that they're in my little targeting. It's like, this is a good example. Actually, let's go after the first one that appears in the... And they mentioned something about heat. So high temperatures can damage the unit over time. It is important to space out attacks and other heat-generating actions to give the unit time to cool down. If a unit takes too much overheating damage, then the pilot will automatically eject. I don't have a great read in terms of... Oh, hang on. There's a rather important consideration I have here, which is my robots colliding with each other. So we got to cancel that movement. All right. So I'll wait just ever so slightly. I thought I could click and drag on this, some of this stuff, but... Oh, here, okay, I think I get it now. So he seems to be cleared. Now I've got my weight. Now I do my move as far as I can. So this leaves me in a little bit more in the open. Okay. So it's a little inefficient to do it that way, but I prefer it to running behind the vehicle because, again, I want to try and be as offensive as I can in this opening, sort of this opening moment. In fact, while I'm waiting, I wonder if so I'm sort of aiming at my my ally. I'll try the chip damage. I kind of want to see how far I can push this thing as far as... I want to see how far I can push this thing as far as heat is concerned. Okay. This is the wonderful little experimentation part where I get to just play around and see where it goes. Okay. So if I stack two on top of each other, that causes me problems. So I think I'd rather take the opportunity to deal with the responsibility over here. Okay. Unless I can do something with Shotgun Bro, I think that's about as good as I can hope for. I mean, I suppose the only other thing I could think of would be just a cheeky shotgun, you know, because why not? There doesn't seem to be any ammo. Sure, let's just see what happens there. Oh wow, that thing seems to... Oh, I get it. So it's probably the shotgun. Yeah, the shotgun seems to have a fairly high amount of heat and a slow cooldown. Okay, so by the end of the turn... okay, so with that in mind... So the reason I removed that like low efficiency shotgun hit there is because I want to make sure... This is what I was saying about Into the Breach. I want to make sure that my follow-up turn I'm actually able to fire that shotgun at this mech right away. And if I'm going to overheat, that's clearly not going to happen. So, all right. I know, like I said, I made a meal out of that. Let's see how this turns out. I'm actually really excited to see the action. Oh god, this game is stylish as hell. All right, I don't think we killed anything. Oh no, so that says integrity damage. Okay, siege. We need to protect the town. Optional retreat. If things get too hot, retreat to evac point at the edge of the town. Eliminate all enemies. Destroy every hostile unit attacking the town, and stay alive. Retreat if necessary. This might be a losing fight. Oh god, can they fail you in the tutorial? That'll be interesting. Okay, so let's get a read on what's happening in the... Okay, so collision with a tank, it looks like. So the mech... Oh, wow. Okay. So it looks like there's multiple... There's kind of multiple attacks. Okay, so one drawback here is I did want to try and take some safety in the cover here. I think the catch is that if I do that, I let the tank collide with me. So if I move up and I just do what I said I was going to do. Okay, so he's staying just outside my range, so we'll put the attack down there. Again, it's not at all clear that we actually succeed in taking him out. Oof. Yeah, so that's still some extra damage. Well, you know what? I think I'm just going to have to accept that. So if I just stand and deliver, I wonder what happens there. Okay, so this is when it's safe to fire the weapon. So I suppose the question that I have... Okay, so let's say that preserving this... this mech is the prime directive. So how can I move him in a way that will preserve him? I suppose it's a diagonal movement like this. Okay, I'm just taking the time to make sure that taking the time to make sure I do this right. Now, the one real drawback about this is that I do have the shield. So there is a way in which I can sort of try and preserve myself. Actually, you know what? Okay, I sort of know what's going to be happening with him. Let's say that I'm going to do this movement. Let's actually find out what my my character here can do. So, in one sense, there is... So, I mean, I could try opening up. Yeah. So essentially the idea that I've got here is maybe I want to take the time to eliminate the sources of damage coming in on the shield unit right now, right? So there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 things shooting at my shield, which in one sense is that's exactly what you want, right? This is going to be the thing that can absorb a lot of damage. And so, you know, there's a side of me that says, well, maybe I just put up the shield. So perhaps what I want to try instead is take this unit, get them to shoot this one on the side here. Yeah, okay. I'm liking where this is going. So I want to try and keep the distance for optimal fire. Obviously, people are still firing at me, so I want to be a little conscious of that. In fact, this unit's probably going to kind of take it in the throat. But I'm gonna try and move as much as I can in a way that that helps me avoid the damage. Okay, so I'm gonna do something like this. I'll work out what my other firing solutions are, but I've got a little bit of a plan now. Now I've got an idea about what this mech's gonna do. So let's see if there's anything interesting I can do about this shield. So now, what interests me here is it kind of seems like the damage is all over the place, right? Like, it seems like I have to pick who's shooting at me. I'm going to say the mech is the kind of the bigger worry. So again, if I try and do an attack at any point before the shield, let's just say, for the sake of argument, I run into my overheating problem. So, of course, the shield maybe gives me a little too much cooldown, but, I mean, that's just life, right? So we'll put a volley in the back. And then I suppose the challenge here is that we have damage coming in from this end. So what I'm going to do here... I actually don't mind standing still, so once that attack's done... I'm actually going to start moving back to set myself up for the... I'm basically going to move back to set myself up for the future shotgun shots. Again, this might be absolutely daft. What I'm trying to do right now is get a little bit of a read as to what my possibilities are. So who's shooting my... Okay, so this guy may or may not be dead by the time he moves. So the question now is, when can I put down my firing solution? Okay, that's too hot, so it gives me a chance to do a little more distance. Okay, so again, this is a little ropey. But I'm curious. I'm curious to see what happens. So, again, let's maybe talk about what the plan here is. I'm setting up this shield. Partly, I want to see whether or not this blocks from multiple destinations. I'm waiting just for that optimal range, so I'm shooting the mech in the back, and I'm kind of moving so that I can do something about trying to avoid the incoming fire from that vehicle. I'm also sort of turning around to be ready to put shotgun shells into these remaining tanks. And then I'm essentially kind of taking advantage of the long range with my other mech, so that they can kind of come in for cleanup if the need arises. So let's see whether or not any of this actually happens. Okay, so that thing's not dead yet. Okay, we didn't seal the deal on him either. All right. So it looks like we didn't actually kill anyone. We've got multiple collisions that are about to happen. So let's get my shield brother out of the danger zone. Now I'm actually kind of curious. So it says here that this thing's right arm is down. I don't know if that's an arm with a weapon. Yeah, actually it looks like, if I take a look at the silhouette, this thing doesn't seem to have a gun anymore. So maybe what I want to do for the next little while is focus my attention on some of these tanks. And again, I want to make sure that I'm not getting hit by the collisions here. So let's start by moving. I wonder if there's anything I can do. Ooh, this is intriguing. So basically it implies that they're going to have to shoot through the mountain, which they might. I mean, this is it's a tall vehicle, right? So then if I do the attack, no, but looks like I have another collision there. Okay. So let's reconsider. Wait, really? How is that a collision? Oh, because I'm moving straight forward, right? Okay. Okay, so it seems to me that I can't actually avoid the shot that's going to be coming in there. What I can do is either take out this tank, which will be threatening my ally, or I take out the tank, which seems like it wants to just kind of be running amok in the town. Or alternatively, I put up the shield. Okay, so let's say I do something like this. I get the earliest possible shot off on this guy. All right, so again, we have a heat problem. But that's not bad, because I already know where the attack that's coming after me is coming from. So I'll get myself into position. Set myself up with a shield. Okay, so no collisions to worry about, anything like that. Oh. But it's a bit premature, so... Alright, so now the question is, once my shield's done, who is in shooting range? This guy is most likely, so we'll take the shot there. I'm actually going to wait for the duration. And then I should be able to put a shield up from... Okay, so in theory, this other guy wants to do me harm. So I'll protect myself there. And then what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to rely on my ally to start mopping up the remainder. I'm actually going to start moving... I'm going to start moving this unit away. Now, I'm a little curious. I didn't actually notice how the shield mechanic works. So presumably I turn to like face people while I've got my shield up. This is just because I don't think it's going to be very realistic for me to expect that I can fire my my weapon without overheating. So I'm firing my shot at this tank. Everything else is sort of still in play. And if I have an opportunity to use my other mech to take out targets, I want to do that. So it doesn't seem like I have a whole lot of heat generating right now. I might want to try and take cover. Okay, this almost certainly is going to cause a collision. Nope, maybe not. I'm slightly curious why, but I'm not going to complain about it, that's for sure. It does still raise the question as to whether or not I'm willing to put up with the damage that would be coming from that target. So what does my health look like here? Not that damaged. So I suppose the question for me right now is who do I consider the biggest threat? Here's a better question. Do I get any information as to what kind of optimal range 48 to 99 meters? My weapon 45 to 66. Okay. So getting in close with these guys is better than engaging them at a distance. Well, that complicates things. Okay, so I'm going to try something a little different here. I'm going to move into something that's sort of cover, and I'm going to say, okay, so right now I sort of know this guy is kind of public enemy number one for me. Oh, actually, I'm going to adjust my movement to make sure that he's in my optimal path. Okay. So I open up on him. Oh, looks like I still have some heat. All right, so again, I need to make a small adjustment to my movement to make sure I'm keeping distance with him. I'll say good enough for government work. And then now the question is just how do I spend the rest of the movement knowing that which unit's attacking me. Okay, so it's this guy who's coming after me, so I'm going to just kind of barrel down the middle here. I'm basically moving in a big circle. And what that will hopefully do is sort of neutralize whatever threat this guy has. And then, of course, we've got a building in the way, so I get to take advantage of the residential area. I bravely let the house take the attack. And I suspect I probably have enough heat to be able to get away with a little something extra. So let's inconvenience this fellow. Yeah, we're getting to the edge of the heat, but I think I can live with that. All right, let's see whether or not this cockamamie plan will work. Okay, so it looks like I'm still taking some damage. Okay, that thing's out of commission. Oh yeah, it still has its pistol. Okay, so I suspect my shotgun bro is looking a bit worse for wear. Let's just cancel that movement. I want to get in as close as I can to... Basically, I want to get the shot off as quickly as I can. And then it doesn't look like anybody else is attacking. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to run interference for my ally. I'll make some decisions about shields and whatnot a bit later on, but I obviously need to see what's going on with her. So this thing's threatening her right now. I am interested in seeing whether or not I'm going to be able to... Yep. Ah, the heat. Oh, actually, it looks like I'm still tickling the. Oh, I can't stop the firing now, so we'll find out what happens when I overheat. I don't think this is a really good way of hitting this guy, though. So. I think I'm just gonna have to stay put. And then I'll chase after the... maybe not. I think I'll just move. Oh, he's gonna wanna come back for seconds actually. So I think in this case I'll just put myself in a slightly better spot. It's not at all obvious that I'm going to be able to get away with shooting anything else. So let's see if I can get this guy to run in front of the cannon. He is not even going to be remotely close to where he needs to be to get that done. So I guess my next best is just to say... yeah, any cleanup I do is going to have to happen later. There's not a whole lot that can get done, so this will be a little bit more of a building turn, let's say. Let's see what the damage is. Alright, well, that guy's taken care of. Okay, so no damage taken from that thing because of the cover. I think we only have one enemy, so... what I am slightly intrigued by... so it looks like he kind of goes after my guy. So the big question is, am I going to be able to take him out without overheating? Really? I don't believe that. Okay. So this is actually a chance for me to... I have only one thing I need to pay attention to now, so we'll put up the shield. We'll see if I can find the perfect range. I'll get a little close. It'd be neat if I could sort of take these moves and drag them a little closer. I think, again, I've referred to Frozen Synapse a few times. I think I've been spoiled by the way that game sort of does the simultaneous moves. Okay. So what I really want to see here is my my shotgunner. I want to see whether or not the shield completely eliminates damage, or if there's still sort of a consequence for me sort of getting him to run interference. Okay, so there is some damage, but it didn't really seem to matter. Cool. Okay. Look, we already talked about the fact that there's the, the key for promotional purposes, the affiliate link and all of that. This is everything I was hoping it would be. So look, it's just a tutorial, but there is really something about, I will admit, there's one thing I'm a little curious about, and whether or not somebody on the team is like a video editor, because it actually feels not unlike kind of going in a non-linear editing system. So when it's NLE is just Final Cut Pro, Adobe Premiere, that sort of stuff. And I've actually, so fun biographical fact, I've actually edited film as in the old like Steenbeck slice and manually taped together. That is a totally different way of editing, which is really rewarding if you can do it. But obviously the opportunities to do that are really, really remote now, which is a little bit of a shame. But it's also just simply more expensive. I don't know what a Steenbeck runs for now, but it is a heavy piece of equipment that is very specialized. But and before the trailer guy, I had to double tap. So like the thing that's kind of neat about this, right, is you have your timeline. I mean, the game says it's like a video timeline, but oddly enough, I hear that YouTube's kind of popular. So I'm pretty sure people are familiar with what a video timeline is. But like basically you have all these little fragments and you're looking at the situation you're in. And like sometimes when I'm editing a video, I sort of think about, well, what are the problems I'm trying to address here? It's like, I want to create a certain sense of excitement. There's not a lot happening on the screen, so I want to maybe add a couple of cuts in here to just try and pick up the pace a little bit. Or, okay, well, this part was clearly a mistake. There's no really great coverage in here, so how do I edit this thing to make it look natural while still covering the fact that we absolutely cannot have this moment inside of the video. Like, to give you an example, by the way, of how much a movie can get away with this, there's a made-for-TV movie called Hitler: The Rise of Evil, where Robert Carlyle plays Adolf Hitler, kind of in the sort of the period of time where the Nazi Party is trying to take control of Germany. And there is a scene where he comes back to take control of the party and focus it on winning elections as opposed to creating disruptions. And he gives this big speech and he walks away. And if you look on the right-hand side of the screen, you can actually see the camera crew. Like, they were apparently shooting it with two cameras and they wanted to get another angle. And like, nobody notices it. You can actually have a full camera crew, focus puller, like, fiddling with the knob and everything. And people won't necessarily notice it. But by and large, if you can, you got to move it in. But I mean, again, it's a big dramatic sequence where you kind of know something really terrible is about to happen to the world following this speech, and you tend to want to linger on the main character. So, in any case, again, you're always going to take your background into whatever game you play. It is kind of interesting to me to have this kind of two sets. It's like your two tracks on a video feed. By the way, I'm really sorry. It's a Hitler movie. It's the only one I could think of that had the obvious camera inside of it. Usually you have something like a boom, but that was a particularly egregious example. But everyone I've ever shown that scene to has not actually noticed the camera crew until I point them out. So that's kind of what I get out of it. Now, again, this could just be my background informing the game, or it could just be that this is let's face it, it's a fairly lucrative software industry to come up with a very good video editing program. So Avid was the big one. Apple sort of made a splash by Walter Murch using Final Cut for Cold Mountain. Walter Murch kind of famously went from Final Cut to Premiere, whereas Final Cut 10 or Final Cut, I think it's called Final Cut 10, sort of took more of an iMovie approach, and that seemed to upset a lot of its user base. But in the end, I'm kind of going to think about this in terms of, okay, here's a bunch of tactical problems I need to solve. I've got two tracks in which to make these manipulations, and how am I going to do it? But I think so in this case, I really think this is like a cinematic approach to a tactical game, because it feels almost a little bit like video editing. But there is something immensely satisfying about being able to see to see your plan play out in this really wonderful, like, there's lots of, primary colors on all of the enemies. It's a really cool looking environment. Like it's a gorgeous looking game. So it's just really cool to be able to see, hey, I want to do this thing, and then see it pay off in a really spectacular way. It's one of the few games where like the feeling that you get from the trailer is kind of present on the screen, but that you were the one responsible for putting all that cool stuff on the screen. So anyways,
so many lives lost. So much devastation. This isn't what I wanted for you. I thought you'd be born in a time of peace and prosperity, of love among people. But the world is so different now. Tanks patrol the streets. Neighbors turn on neighbors. People disappear in the night. They keep telling us this is temporary, that we'll come to love our new way of life. Somehow, I don't believe them. I want to give you the freedom I once had. But how can we few do that alone? We can't keep hope alive for much longer. We pray that someone, anyone, will answer our call.
Campaign mode. Welcome to Phantom Brigade early access. Pressing Shift Tab will open our bug reporter. Let us know if you spot anything or if you have any other feedback. So oddly enough, Shift Tab is what I do in I think it's Shift F1 now, so never mind. The navigation bar allows you to switch between the pause menu, the overworld map, and all the base views. By the way, I'm not sure if this is supposed to cover the full screen or if this is a design choice. But this was what I was talking about when I said that my choice of resolution might have messed around a little bit with the look. I mean, it works either way, but I just wanted to say this may or may not be what you experience depending on how you play the game. I'm just going to hit continue. The world information. Well, yeah, I guess if they're explaining the UI elements, maybe they wouldn't have this all blurred out. I don't know. One day I'll test it out. The information bar allows you to change game speed, and it displays territory information. You can also view your resources and the current time here. 427? I would not survive in this insurgency. I'd I'd be asleep in my cot. I would let the totalitarian society take over, just as long as I could get some sleep. This widget presents information about objects in the world, such as your mobile base. As you discover more objects on the map, you'll be able to read more information here, and it will show more as you get closer to gain further intel. Okay, mobile base squad. A heavily modified walker service vehicle from one of the old mining operations, restored and fitted with every bit of cloaking equipment the Resistance could find. It is indispensable in our operations. The mobile base enables our squads to strike at exact time and place whenever I drop articles, I'm always scared it's me. I think that's the way it's written. The mobile base enables our squads to strike at exact time and place. We can make a difference. I think it's supposed to be the exact time, at least. That we can make a difference, and lets us get away before enemy reinforcements can arrive. Your base of operations is a giant vehicle capable of storing and servicing an entire squad of mechs. With it at your disposal, the brigade can avoid the enemy and strike at opportune moments. Movement. Left-click on objects to select them. Move by selecting your base and right-clicking the destination. To cancel movement, hit space or press the stop button on your... I don't think this will be too confusing, but I really hope I don't. So right-click is how you confirm here, whereas it's how you get rid of something in the tactical menu. I'm sure it'll be fine. Press tab. Oh, you know what? It's probably space to pause time, right? Move your camera with WASD in orbit or Q and E to change the pitch with R and F. I'm assuming the middle mouse button applies as well. Yep. Okay. Mountain Base. Felheim Mountain Base maintains control over the province of Hedmark. Range and intel. Out of range. Full. Outdated. I'm not sure what full is supposed to mean. Garrison level 2. Easy. Hope on defeat 50. Salvage detected 20. Large underground facility that can serve as your base of operations without attracting enemy attention. Abandoned around 30 years ago, but still structurally intact. Large entrances built for old mining trucks and walkers can fit the mobile base. I wonder if this is the first place we're supposed to attack. I do want to take a quick minute here and see what else is going on. So, customization. Enter the customization screen. From there, you'll be able to change unit parts, subsystems, and livery. Okay, you know what? I've changed my mind. I think I'm just going to shoot stuff before I try and figure out where that goes. Okay, so if I hit pause. Okay, I need to reconfirm the move. New beginning. It is time to take back our country. We should start with the mountain base, the last outpost that belonged to the Phantom Brigade. It should still have some spare supplies and parts to help us get back on our feet. Reclaim the base. Once a mining facility, the Felheim base was later retrofitted as an emergency mech storage depot, built to support the forces of the homeland. Support the forces of the homeland should they need them. When the invasion began, the country was overrun too quickly for anyone to utilize it. This abandoned place could serve us well if we managed to dispatch the enemy forces guarding it. People of this province become more hopeful when the brigade defeats invaders. So capturing Felheim will mean that hope rises here. With enough hope, the region is liberated. More information about the province's hope level can be found under its name. Suit up. Okay, looks like it's going to talk to me about my units anyway. What I'm mostly interested in is whether or not there's any sort of persistent damage. Alright, so all of this is kind of cut off on the right-hand side of the screen, but it does look like that thing that it was getting damaged is a shield. Prometheus says it's not abandoned if people are guarding it. Shh. Oh, neat. Okay, fatigue. This is interesting. So, Kilo Ingrid Lund. Fatigue. As pilots risk their lives in combat, they become fatigued. The more fatigued, they are more susceptible to concussive damage. Pilots are restored gradually over time, but some events can temporarily remove fatigue altogether. Tango Joan Watson. So, all right. So, okay. So the unit name is Kilo, and wait. Selipnir 45, Lance 46. I'm trying to get a read as to exactly what some of these things are. So the mechs are called Kilo and Tango. Or no, maybe that's the call sign. Call sign Kilo, Tango, and the name of the mechs are Selipnir and Lance. I don't actually know what Selipnir means. Let me just take a quick second here and see. I'm sorry, I know some of you want to see the gameplay, but I actually kind of want to see... That's not a word I've encountered before. Norse mythology. Slippy or the Slipper is an 8-legged horse ridden by Odin. Sleipnir is attested in the Poetic Edda. It says 8-legged horse here. Well, this, I mean, again, I don't... Ask me about the ancient Greeks, I will talk your ear off. Ask me about the Norse, I don't know. Alright, let's deploy. Confirmation needed. Starting combat. This is the point of no return. Make sure your squad is properly outfitted. Continuing would start the combat encounter. Okay, well, is there anything I can do for edits? I mean, I like the idea of customization. I'm not really sure. One, I'm not sure what my options are, and number two, yeah, no equipment available in inventory. Okay. Stop, please, let me out. Bravo 1, we're seeing 2 mechs approaching from the west, requesting immediate support. I'm getting a negative response on my IFF. Treat these walkers as hostile. Roger that, heading out. Might take a bit. This place is falling apart, and these elevators are taking their sweet time. Okay, so I have a couple of options here. One, I just run this guy up and sort of get him to bear the brunt, while this unit sort of moves around the side to avoid any fire. Okay, so let's see what happens if I do that. So we run. Mulgris, run to the center. Okay, got to move that shield a little further in the timeline. So I'm going to try something a little sneaky with this unit. So it seems to me that I don't have anything to fear behind the mountain. What I really want to do is have this person in place to shoot. What I really want to do is have them in place to sort of have a best reply to the tank that comes in. So I am going to need to move up at some point. But again, I want to make sure that I'm still behind that mountain. So this is going to cause a collision. Okay. So I'm going to wait a little while. Oh, hang on. I need to finish the turn with my shield, bro. Okay. So in this case, I'm going to dodge behind the building. Okay, clearly I need to adjust that. Okay, so now the question is, what's the best way for me to protect this unit while still allowing them to do sort of a maximum amount of damage? So basically, if I let them... Well, actually, you know what I can probably do? So we wait for the first shot to go off. I think that's kind of optimistic on the shot, though. I'm also a little weirded out by... Yeah, so as soon as I start running there... okay. So what if I just ignore all of this? If I just book it to the... If I just book it to the edge of that... Okay, so one, I crash into my own guy, which isn't good. I am just trying to get a read as to exactly what's happening with this area here, because it looks like the shot's blocked, but I don't 100% see why. So they move... Okay, no. So they're at a lower elevation. Then they move... Looks like they move up. Yeah, so it looks like they're trying to shoot through... Okay, so I actually seem to be somewhat safe. Save for the fact that I'm going to be crashing into my own guy. So we'll wait just a little while. Again, I really feel like they're going to be able to shoot me from this, but... But this should put me in a good spot for a reply on this fellow. I'm going to have to wait a little. I think I'm going to have to wait till I'm on the high ground, though, so... Oh, is he really? Okay. So one thing I think I'd kind of like to see when it comes to the quality of life improvements would be, it'd be really helpful to get a, okay. Trying to see if there's another shot I can realistically try. I think this is just a movement phase. Okay, I want to see whether or not I actually take any damage with this approach. And I seem to have condemned my people to disaster again. Okay. Let's wait until he's clear. But of course now I'm worried about this shot because he's going to be firing from the high ground. Okay. So what I do is I just sit and wait. Seems wrong. So, I mean, I am opening myself up to damage doing this, but I think that's the best I can hope for. Well, there is actually one other thing I can try. Okay. So if I just straight up move them this round and ignore everything else. Okay, well again I gotta make sure they clear. So if I move them and do nothing else, it doesn't seem like they're able to actually cause any problems. And then what I can try is a shot like this. My own guy's just on the just shy of being caught in the crossfire, but that might actually work out. What I'm really trying to do is set them up for something with this tank afterwards. So let's see whether or not this actually does what I think it's going to do. Cool. So sort of minimal damage on everyone on the team. Shotgun Bro took a little on his shield, but that's what the shield's for. And we're in good shape. So they're moving around. What I want to know is who they're going to be focusing their attacks on. So everything at this point is focused on my shield bearer, which is great, because this sort of gives me some flanking opportunities. So what I want to do here is sort of, again, make sure that I'm able to maintain my distance so that I can get the best shot that I can on this unit. And then for the shield guy, really the question is, what's the, at what point do I want to put up my shield so I can protect myself from what the tank's going to do. And then, of course, because I know where they're moving, I can sort of put myself in position and be ready to sort of deliver a shotgun to the face when their move is done. So I set up the shield, wait for him to show up. It does look like he gets a shot off at some point. Yeah. So maybe I'll do a pair of shields. Nope. Doesn't like. Okay, so 2 sets of shields. Not quite. Okay, so looks like I don't. Looks like I can't have it both ways. So kind of once they get into the kill zone, they're. Well, I can do this though. So just try and get closer and get the shot off before he gets his. So that should be a clear shot. Oop. So if I can, I'd like to avoid a collision. If I can move that closer in the timeline, so much the better. Okay. So that's sort of taken care of. As a precaution, I'll put down the shield just in case. Although it looks like there's still a collision that happens there. It's a little silly to kind of. It looks indecisive, but it does actually give me that. It does give me that that second to get the shot off. The hope here, of course, is that this is a moot point, and that this unit's going to take the thing out before I need it, so we don't overheat, which is good. And then I think I'm maintaining the appropriate distance for So if we do have any follow up that we need. We should be good, although, of course, my worry here will be, that's going to overheat me. So let's see whether or not I can avoid any damage. It looks like there's a new wave that's coming based on the mission status, and so let's see the magic happen. Again, this is the part I'm always most excited for. That is really cool to see the buildings go down like that. All right, that was incredibly satisfying. This is really what makes me wish that there was... Oh, engaging. Let's deal with them and report to command. There has been no activity here for a while. I have no idea who these walkers are. So yeah, the one thing that I'd love is a replay option, because I can definitely think of a couple of turns where I'd want... Or, something like... I'm just thinking something like Opus Magnum, where you're able to show people, the really cool solution you came up with to that particular problem. That would be a lot of fun. Sorry, I have no idea if that stuff's easy to implement or not. But okay, so if I just stand and deliver, then we just kind of shoot each other in the face. So first question I have, given that we've been sort of doing the Lord's work with the shield, is whether or not I'm actually... Okay, so I'm not really able to do a whole lot on my own. So I'm just going to put this guy in position for the path. Find the time when... Yeah, so I'm kind of okay waiting for him to come to me. And we blast him with the shotgun. So what I want to be doing here... Again, movement is sort of my edge. So I'm going to move this person behind a building. I don't think we have any... we don't have any other reinforcements that I'm worried about. So what I want to do here is I want to hide behind the building. And then once their attack is done, which is about here... it might actually be a little bit further, because like obviously I can start moving once the angles don't really make sense for them anymore. So I'll hang out here, and then I'm going to move around the edge, and then we basically get to fire into their tail. Okay, that works out perfectly. And assuming the building's still standing, I kind of have the option to follow up. So this is mostly about protection, to using the building as cover, get into an optimal position, and we wind up just raking across their backside with both sets of weapons. So we shouldn't be taking any damage, but we should be able to wrap it up. Actually, just remembering Frozen Synapse, I think at the end of each mission you had the option to sort of replay the whole thing. So you can kind of see what your battle looked like if it were to play out in real time. I wonder if that'll come in. I should probably get on the Discord and see what their thoughts are along those lines. So again, let's watch the beauty unfold. I'm particularly interested in what happens with the building. Okay, so a little bit of damage as it shot through. Wonderful. I don't know what happened there, but... Okay, congratulations on your decisive victory. You may see hope rise in this region, and you can now salvage the battle site. 15-second real-time duration, 4 damage taken on our side, inflicted 650 on the enemy. We lost none. We lost no subsystems. We planned 28 actions, traveled a total of 175 meters. This gets detailed. 2 units destroyed, no parts detected on site, 54 supplies. New achievement, this is the first time you've defeated enemies. So sure, let's look at the loot breakdown. So it says destroyed. Oh, destroyed, no salvage. Salvageable equipment found from the Bravo mech. So Elbrus. Okay, I'm gonna have to go and see. I don't have Bullfinch's mythology or anything like that, but I'm gonna guess pretty much every name that I'm not familiar with is gonna be something related to Norse mythology. So we've got a medium handgun, an assault rifle, a few body parts, and a partridge in a pear tree. Site inventory. This seems to be all the salvage that we got. Your short-ranged inventory scan displays any available intel about salvageable or stored equipment and supplies. Stored equipment and supplies in the targeted area. Performing scans on enemy units can reveal your position, so weapons and armor installed on live units cannot be scanned. Okay. By the way, guys, I'm really sorry about the way I've been handling the stream. I am really engrossed in the game, and I realize my chat participation goes down ridiculously when I do that. So I'd really like to know what you guys think of this, especially if you haven't seen this game before, because this thing is made for me. Basically, this is like exactly the kind of game I like playing. I will do a debrief at the end just so we can be clear. But like, I did not realize it's already been an hour and a half with the game, and this is phenomenal. I'm really liking how this is set up, and like I realize these are tutorial missions. Like these are the things that are kind of setting up dominoes for me to knock down. But just being able to sort of, you know, build up a plan and see it made, especially when we got sort of the crossfire on that enemy unit was really satisfying. This is just a handy base where you can recruit pilots and build smoke screens. You can also use the mountain base as your fallback outpost when necessary. If you lose all your units and pilots at any point, you can fall back to this base and rebuild. Retreating gives a new squad fitted with essential equipment at the same level as the highest level in the highest level province you control. Now that Felheim has been liberated, you should start making your way to the capital while liberating as many provinces as you can. Post-combat routine. You can recover some of the equipment from combat units by salvaging. The base would need to remain stationary, leaving it vulnerable to attacks, so caution is advised. It is vital to remember repairing your units and swapping your pilots to let them rest if you want to maintain combat ready. Combat is tiring, so your pilots will always receive a fatigue penalty post-battle. Fatigue diminishes over time. It's important to keep an eye on it. The more fatigued a pilot, the less concussive damage they can withstand. All weapons deal concussive and regular damage. Being attacked from the rear doubles the concussive damage for the pilot, so keep your tail covered and try to get behind the enemy. This is kind of neat. I mean, this is definitely something that happens in Battletech, but to a certain extent, like, I mean, I guess probably Darkest Dungeon is the one that really sort of opened people's eyes to this, right? The idea that, the mental health angle. I mean, Darkest Dungeon is actually really interesting because it's almost the opposite of this, that fatigue doesn't matter. You can basically go down to 1 HP and you'll be ready for the next one. Meat is cheap. It's really that long-term, it's kind of Nietzschean, one who fights monsters must be careful that, they themselves do not become a monster. This one here is probably just dealing with the fact that you're exhausted, right? You're fighting the government in this. You're constantly on the run. The food sucks, and if you're just constantly fighting all the time, you're not going to be on top. So it's neat that games are doing this, and I'm curious how scarce of a resource pilots are going to be, because that'll give you some interesting possibilities of having to put like a really fatigued unit into battle, like what happened sort of in the later additions to XCOM. All right, deploy salvage crews to collect supplies and any intact equipment. Manufacture smoke screens. Smoke screens are useful for avoiding combat when attacked by hostile squads, providing you with enough cover to escape. The mobile base only has space to safely store 3 smoke canisters. They can only be manufactured in liberated territories when interacting with structures that do not have an enemy garrison. So we can use 100 supply to get a smoke screen. It kind of seems like I need to do that. So, and I notice it's at a capable of production 1%. I'm going to assume is meaning that. Oh, sorry, time's running. Okay. So I think it said the mobile base stays put while I'm building salvage. And then we need to decide the next place we hit, which I'm assuming will probably be this farm in Trondheim. Also, before I do this, so I've got Polaris. So I'm going to assume it's 53 and 38 is the measure of fatigue. So I want to see, we got 53, 38. Let's take a look and see what that looks like once the time passes by. Oh, hang on. That's exactly what that is. We'll read the bios when we're ready to throw these people into danger again. I'll admit, I did not know that there was a strategic layer to this game. I mean, it's maybe not surprising, but it's. I was kind of expecting something that was really all about the fights and not so much this. Okay, so it looks like it doesn't automatically pause when I do this. Tucked into the mountains, this oft-forgotten part of the country deals mainly in agriculture. It is fantastic for a stationary base due to its remoteness. So 60 out of 100. Vulnerable defended by objective mountain base, PID 49, 50. Something tells me that this is not as intended. So let me just see if I can do a quick... Nope, not Shift F1. Shift Tab, I think. I'm hoping this will automatically take a screenshot, but I hope there's a screenshot. If not, I'm guessing, you know, they're smart people. They'll figure it out. I'm also assuming I'm not going to be the only person who's reported that. So, okay. So now my question here is, so I've got my base. There may be. It is recommended to repair your damage before fielding a unit again. Interesting. So I probably could have been doing that while I was constructing the the smoke. Okay, so repairs. Their fatigue went up. Oh, neat. So you can customize your units. What I'll do, I will, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, I'll do kind of the biographies of the heroes or the units, but I'll do it when we're about to go into battle. I am just a little curious. So I was able to build the one smoke screen. And I'm slightly intrigued by the fact that I don't seem to have the option to do that again. So if I right-click on the mountain base, it doesn't seem to do anything. I don't want to spend too much time on it because it's not the end of the world. But the game did sort of indicate that, you know, I might want to use a smoke screen at some point, and perhaps, you know, perhaps I should, you know, if I'm going to be spending the time, I might as well spend it productively. Oh, hello. Okay, Station Reserve Patrol Squad. The 48th Army unit is now in tracked range. No detailed intel available yet. Okay, so how long is this going to take? 4:48. So I'm going to try and get a little bit closer in just to see if we can find... There we go. Station Reserve Patrol maintains control over the province and Headmark. So I'm okay sort of holding back. It doesn't look like they're going to be coming after me. So I just want to get that unit repair up a little bit more. Also, see what's going on. So maybe... I am very intrigued by the fact that this fatigue bar seems to be going up over time rather than going down. So I'm going to throw them into combat one more time. I think we can make our move now. Oops, going to be kind of close, but 100. There we go. Anchor 47 is now in tracked range, no detail intel available. So one thing that intrigues me about this, because I'm discovering sort of new targets as time goes by, this is actually going to affect the way that I move throughout the environment. I want to try and maximize my radar coverage within a province. So for instance, if there's something that might attack me hiding out over here, I'm going to want to move there. Now the nice thing is that I'm going to sort of move up to take this, and I think I sort of think the circle will be able to kind of cover the edge of this province. But, you know, moving into this area, right, I've got some villages. I know that there's a patrol squad, you know, here be monsters. I have no idea what I'm going to be facing when it comes time to check that out. So anyways, we are ready to make our move. So we're going to come after these guys. Okay, roaming squad. An enemy squad is ahead. Your pilots are trained fighters, but don't drop your guard. Take time to prepare combat and make sure to have your best gear equipped. Once combat begins, it's important to manage the heat levels of your units. Mechs will produce heat whenever they use their weapons or dash. This heat dissipates over time. Left to climb, it will begin to cause damage until a mech is cooled down. A mech can be destroyed by heat damage, leading to automatic ejection of the pilot. Suit up. So I think we're just going to go with the standard unit. So again, fatigue seems to be climbing up. I am going to be interested. So we've got 7156. What I want to see moving up is whether or not this fatigue number goes up or down after the battle. It's possible that because I have them inside the suit and they're sort of on call, that's what's causing their fatigue to go up. But again, we'll find that out. We'll find that out in over the course of play. Sierra 2 on field. What's taking you so long here? Surround them and finish them off. Okay. Where are the baddies? Okay, so we got a tank and a mech. Again, it seems to me that territory is... or the terrain is going to be what helps me out here. So I think I can get away with this. Yeah, so they're going to be firing through... They're going to be firing through buildings. So I think standing and waiting is what I want to do. And then the next turn we're going to be able to open up on them. This guy, of course, I want to be closing the distance as quickly as possible. If I can get the high ground, even better. Now, it seems to me like they're going to try shooting through a mountain, and that's not going to matter. But, as a precaution, let's drop the shield just in case. And the big question now is, does it make any sense for me to try and attack? No. Not really. So this is just going to be a positioning exercise. So clearly premature on the shield, but... Oh, that's cool. That's so interesting, by the way, that basically we need to make way for them, otherwise we get owned by the crashes. Okay, so it looks like everybody wants this one. This is actually to my advantage, though. So again, we'll start with Shield Bro. I mean, maybe I should just stay put. Okay, somebody's trying to shoot. So if I move like this... Okay, yeah, so that's that unit trying to hit me. So what I can do is I can try and move like this. Again, just wait for the moment to pass. And I just kind of let her rip with the shotgun. And again, the funny thing here is everybody just seems to be ignoring this guy afterwards. So what I'll do is I'll take advantage of being able to attack from behind on the high ground. Now, of course, it's a whole other question with this unit, who is going to be sort of the focus of a lot of attacks over time. So it seems to me, I mean, so far the building hasn't been hit, but maybe I don't want to count. Maybe I don't want to count on that always being true. So what I'll do is I'll wait a little while for the final attack to finish. Nope, that didn't seem to do anything. So maybe it's just too short of a period. Yeah, so it looks like if I actually fall within the circle, they don't do anything. So, which is a little bit of a shame because I'd prefer to spend a little less time waiting. The reason will become apparent in just a moment. Ooh, that's okay. For some reason I thought I had a lot more range on that thing than I actually do. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hide behind the mountain again. No, okay, let's see if I can get a little more creative. So if I try and run across... I'm not 100% sure I buy that this is as safe as the game is making it seem. But I'm going to give it a shot. Okay, so we head over there. And then what I want to try and do is put myself... This is partly about just putting myself in a position for the next turn. So I'll have the option of either running back from behind the mountain to take this guy out, or I can get a high ground. So basically, this guy will either realize he's screwed with an attack from behind, or he's really going to want to hurt this guy, or Kilo, rather. Ingrid is not a boy's name. So either he's either going to be focused on this target, or he's going to realize that he's about to get a lot of damage from behind. So either way, we're going to be able to sort of ruin his day. The only thing that I'd maybe like to do slightly differently if I can is to, even if there's like a remote chance of hitting, it'd still be kind of nice to be able to, to get some shots off. Because I'm going to be cooled down by the time I get behind the mountain. So let's see whether or not that accomplishes anything. Okay, a bit. That guy looks like he's still active, so now I've got to make some decisions. So let's see what the turn looks like. So he is going to turn around and hurt. He's going to try and hurt the shotgunner. So let's take Tango. So of course, probably my best option here is just to put down the shield and protect. And then of course the question is, do I want to follow up with a shot on... Yeah, I think I do. So follow up with a shot on this guy. I'm actually going to take a moment to just get a slightly better shot. Olaf, thank you very much for the host. How's your leg? I was really sorry to hear that that was causing you some grief earlier. All right. Okay, so It is absurd to me that we actually need to care about collisions with tanks, but I'm sorry to hear that. This is Phantom Brigade. This is a new game from Brace Yourself Games, who I'm sure you will know from Crypt of the Necrodancer and Industries of Titan. I am having the time of my life with this thing. So basically, you've got the first set of plans that you're setting up. Then you get to do the execute. So the premise behind the game is that basically you have an AI that will give you a fairly accurate prediction of about 5 seconds into the future. And again, you get to see nice little visual details like how the picture gets a little bit fuzzier as time goes by. Or it's basically the distortion, the lens distortion kind of gets a bit worse. It depends on how you want to, what terms you want to use, but you get the idea. Yeah, so I mean, the thing that's kind of nice about it, I guess basically you get to set up your toys, and then you get to knock them down in a really spectacular way, and it's just a whole lot of fun to watch. So what I'm going to try and do here, I'm relying on this guy delivering on the tank, but if they do, I get a shot in the back on this guy, which seems like a really good opportunity. And I'm actually going to hunt him down doing that. So I'm kind of putting full faith and credit in Shotgun Bro doing his job, but I have every confidence that he will do so. Looks exactly like, I know. Well, this is the thing, Zodicide. Like even the teaser, which is very cinematic. Like I just really love how, again, for lack of a better term, how Hollywood it is. Like this is just a really stylish and cool game. And I like thinking up this stuff, even if it's a really simple turn like this, where it's just move and attack, because I get to kind of see it all play out. And we get that moment of, oh my God, can you believe that? Like I said, though, if I had one thing that I wished, it would be the ability to do replays. Because being able to catch someone in a crossfire is really satisfying. But again, let's see whether or not this pulls off. So we are going to take a little damage on the shield to protect from this. We're going to blow away the tank before the damage. Ooh, let me just double check that that's happening. Yeah, so we shoot the tank with the shotgun before they begin their shot, and then Mech 1. So this is Mech 0. This is Mech 1. Mech 1 shoots from the mountaintop and then chases this guy down. So we should be able to get a shot in the back. That looks like I took some torso damage there. I'm a little curious about what happened there. Our left arm. So we're obviously going to have to pay for the repairs there. Seems to me I have two options. So one, I'm gonna set up my shield right away. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to close the distance so that I'm ready to greet him with a shotgun. So of course he's going to be able to get a shot off on me when that happens too. So the next step here is to make sure that my sort of my counterpart is able to kind of keep him. So this is actually a fairly complicated problem that I've gotten myself into, because the longer I take to get into position, that's going to be time. So I'm also fairly high. So if I were to take the shot right away, I'm pretty sure I would overheat. Oh, no, I don't. Okay. So basically, I want to give chase as quickly as I can. So here's what I'm going to try. So again, to me, getting the shot off is a little bit more important than, because it looks like we're basically going to be moving at about the same speed. The real question is, once the shot's done, so again, I'll try and close the distance for as long as I can. Then if I break and kind of shoot from the hill, That's not gonna do much though. I'd be better off to yeah, I'd be better off to try and close the gap here. Okay, well, I'll get myself into position for when they peek around the edge. So we'll have at least 2 people firing on them. That doesn't work for me. Yeah, I think I'll just stand and deliver. So kind of the hope here is that the combined attack is going to be enough, because he's going to get a shot right in the front. So you can see the future. Yeah, but only 5 seconds. So. Bonjour. Oh, that is satisfying. Okay, so again, we put up the shield. One, I'm going to need to cool down a bit. And again, what I want to do here is try and close the distance as much as possible, so that when I do cool down, I can sort of take the shotgun and deliver right away. So they're in a perfect spot for that. And of course, following that, I set up my shield. And what I kind of want to do here is just keep the distance, because they're in like a perfect. They're sort of like in a perfect position for my shotgun. Maybe the only difference I'll do here is I'll put the shield up a bit closer to the actual impact. So then this, of course, invites the question, well, what do I want to do with this character? So there's a couple of problems with this, which is if I just open fire right away, I'm pretty sure I overheat. Yeah, so I'm going to have to add some distance. Now, I have a very small window in which this is going to be effective. What I want to do ideally is sort of follow a path like this, and I want as much of the shot as possible to be while they're moving this way. If I'm firing at them while they're moving like this, just think about the kind of first-person shooter that you'll play. These shots as a sniper are always harder to get than if somebody's sort of running away from you. And of course, we get the shots in the back as well. So I've got my positioning here. I've got my sort of second attack. And what I want to start thinking about for my follow-up is what position do I want to be in for my next set of attacks? And obviously that's going to be something as close as possible so that I'm sort of parallel to their movement, not perpendicular. I also kind of want to try and maintain the distance. So if I were to fire here... So again, I'm just kind of getting a read on what kind of... so this will be when I can attack. Realistically, I'm not going to be able to get that much done. So, knowing what I know. So, what I want to try and do now is get enough distance so that I can... Oh, wow. I think that'll do the trick. It's not perfect, but... And then what I can do now is sort of start chasing them down to... That'll almost certainly overheat me, though. I don't need to lock that in until the start of the next turn. So, and again, we'll see I mean, it may be a moot point. This guy may get taken out by the end, but let's watch the magic happen. Yeah. It's kind of an overkill, but victory. Okay, 25 seconds. We took 142 damage. We inflicted 700. No units lost. No systems detected on site. 44 actions planned. Total distance of 588 meters. 1 unit destroyed. No parts. 56. Invalid unit ID. This is probably not going to be helpful, but... Yes, and please do. So again, this game is in early access. This was just released on the 16th. I'll get my mercenary business out of the way. So if you want to pick this up, I'm having the time of my life with this. If you would like to take part, it's currently available on the Epic Store. If you buy on the Epic Store, you can credit me with the sale, either by following that affiliate link or at the checkout you can type in System Chalk under the creator ID. Doesn't cost you anything, but it does put a little revenue towards me. But the real reason you would want to be getting this early is so specifically you can give the feedback and say stuff like, I really want X. I'm going to assume that people are already asking for the replay function. So I might take a little bit and check out the Discord before that happens, but that's like number one for me. But if nobody else is saying it, this is, of course, your opportunity to come in and say, I love this game. I would love it even more if I can share with my friends this totally badass move I just pulled off. And, I think it would be good for selling the game too, or however you want to put it. So I'm sorry that I'm getting so engrossed in the game, but this is 100% the sort of thing that I'm into. And of course, as was the case with Industries of Titan, there is an in-game bug reporter. So. Olaf, do you think you can get Ariella to play this game? You can dispatch a salvage team to the site to recover any usable parts and supplies. However, the mobile base will need to remain stationary with them. Yes. Now, here's the question I have. Okay, so it looks like the fatigue only keeps growing. So we will initiate the repairs. I did also say that I was going to talk about my characters' biographies. So, Ingrid Lund, Kilo, trusted squad leader, one of the last surviving members of the original Brigade, instrumental in the daring heist that provided the Brigade with the mobile base. Maybe we will get a chance to see that very event play out in a later one. We'll tell her the options are Outlast or Phantom Brigade. Phantom Brigade's great. I think even if you're not someone who's normally kind of geared towards strategy, I think there's enough going on in here that like this, the number of things that you need to learn. Like, I'm just trying to think about the total number of concepts that I needed to learn before I was like into the parts where I'm like, oh god, this game is really cool. And it's all just like click your mouse, move your guy. The stuff where I was sort of like, ooh, maybe I'll take a look at that later, was when I started getting to like the customization. But that is not completely beyond the realm of comprehension. It's just I really wanted to get back to the really fun combat bits. So, that's why I didn't focus on that. But I know everybody thinks that strategy is for these, like, you know, these 10 feet tall geniuses who, you know, who play video games as a sign of intelligence. But this, I maybe that's the thing I'm not talking enough about. This is actually also probably one of the most approachable strategy games that I've run into, or tactical strategy, however you want to term it. All right, anyways, Joan Watson, Tango, veteran test pilot from Hollis Institute, has hands-on experience with a dozen Walker platforms, reassigned to Brigade shortly after the invasion as a representative of the Institute, responsible for training pilots and the use of prediction tech. The people we haven't put into combat yet: Sam Oswald, Foxtrot, excellent marksman, one of the few survivors of the Regatal bombing, owing to a chance assignment to a lookout post away from the base. And Polaris, Lars Jacobson, demolitions expert from Kogan's Land, has a wealth of knowledge of old mining infrastructure, came up with an idea to investigate Helm as a potential home base. So again, I'm going to assume that the fact that the pilots are assigned to mechs right now are, or what are they specifically called in this? Unit. I think the fact that they're assigned to the big machines is probably what is causing their. Well, actually, sorry, we can test that hypothesis. So 3242, we'll see whether or not the fatigue goes up. So we're going to be salvaging for the next little while. There's no point in trying to do anything else. We should have our units ready to go for the fort. Okay, so salvage is done. Bunch of body parts. All right, so before I go too far... Okay, so it looks like I can't assemble these parts into like a brand new unit. That's kind of good to know. Ah, so it looks like I can, but it requires a lot of salvage. Okay, so now we got something to work towards. How are my pilots? So one of them's at the halfway point. It is also getting, it's also getting yellow. All right, so it looks like the fatigue's also gone up. I think we'll try and push Ingrid for one last run. We'll take the fort, and then I think we'll switch out our. Switch out our team. All right, military structures. Military structures are usually more challenging than roaming squads or occupied settlements and facilities. However, they also store better loot and have units with higher quality gear. You can inspect units on the battlefield and check their equipment. Being careful can pay off if you're after particular gear. The direction from which you attack a target can change the likelihood of destroying a part. For instance, attacking from behind will more likely damage the legs. That is really cool. So I don't think there's an option of targeted damage, but it is neat that you can actually preserve parts based on the way that you attack. So let's see. By the way, I haven't had the option. I should probably let's save before I go to. I don't want to overwrite the existing file. There we go. Just in case this goes completely wrong. I haven't finished my coffee yet. Code Red, hostile unit contact. All units hold optimal range and await reinforcements. Okay, so the next wave comes on turn 3. I want to make sure that I've either dealt with. I want to make sure we've either dealt with what we're currently encountering, or alternatively. that we have a plan for the reinforcements. The drawback, of course, is we don't know where the reinforcements come from. It looks... Nope, those are stairs. That is not a mech. Or whatever the appropriate name for these beings are. I don't think battle mech... Well, battle mech might be trademarked, but it'd be weird if mech was. So as always, let's just take a quick look at the timeline. Okay, so one of them wants my commander, the other one wants the shield bro. And looks like the majority of attention is actually going to my shield bro. Now the nice thing, of course, here is that we're already in the base. Apparently they were asleep at the switch. So we don't necessarily have to use things like the shields to be able to get through this. What I could potentially do is I could sort of use the environment to my advantage. This will also be important. So again, this is kind of largely a question of positioning right now. So I have 2 buildings that I'm going to be hiding behind, and what I really want to do, with this unit, it doesn't give me the overview in terms of what they're. Let me actually get that done right now. So, okay. So I think if I move them up here, oh, there we go. Oh, that's interesting. So if I do the attack, it'll show me my outline, but if I'm moving first, it won't show it. So this is like a great little spot for me to be, because I get to sort of peek out around the corner and shoot the people as they come in. So I'm just gonna sit here for a little bit, and I basically have so once we hit about here, I'm able to sort of peek out and start shooting at this guy again. So I'm just going to wait behind the building. I didn't actually need to keep an eye on the tracker. So basically what I want to do, if I can, so I keep forgetting I want to put this in the... So what I'm kind of conscious of here, and this is one thing that's kind of great about the free move, I can sort of see what the line of sight looks like. So I want to make sure I'm not shooting at the building unnecessarily. So what I'll do here is I'll wait until the shot is done. And then what I'll do is I will take advantage of the remaining... Oh, that's right. Okay, well, I'll just stand and deliver then. Okay, so the only other question would be, does it make sense for me to try and shoot at anybody while I'm, in the early phase? So basically, if I do like an early shot here... like 1, does it make any sense? And number 2, have I cooled down in time? So like basically I can do any fire up to about this point, and I know I'll be cool in time for me to do the shot that I want to do. The big problem about my positioning here is that every single shot that I would want to do is blocked in the same way that the enemy is blocked. So I'd really be damaging my own cover at that point. So I think we've kind of got everything we can do with this unit right now. And what I'm going to do here, I do want to try and have some sense of self-preservation. So, I mean, what if I try some sneaky move like something like this? Okay, so basically I want to make sure that I've got, there's no line of sight between, well, okay, there is another way. So if I just run up like this. Okay, that's actually perfect timing. There's just, yeah, one small fly in the ointment, but I think I can fix that too. So I want to make sure that he's around like that. Oh, do I create a crash? No, we're good. So this is basically, so again, I'm trying to set it up so that I'm in a position to surprise this guy with the shotgun. I should still have enough cover from this tank. And then when the time comes, it's not exact, it's later than I want it to be, but it does the trick. I might try... Yeah, that triggers a collision, unfortunately. So I'll just stand and deliver, but there might be a retaliation from this guy. We'll have to see. Okay, I think that's the best I can hope for right now. So again, if we can, it'd be nice to wipe these guys out early. I should also keep myself open to the possibilities from sort of flanking around this end. That might have been a little smarter for me to try. Well, okay. Now I'm doubting myself. So here's kind of my thinking of this. I like this because it gives me an aggressive move against the sort of the more threatening of the two enemy units. There is something to be said for trying to do a flank around this side. The only problem is that it sacrifices a little bit too much in the name of movement. And because I don't know where the reinforcements are going to be coming from, it sort of penalizes me in two ways. One, I'm potentially out of position on turn 3 when the next wave comes in. And number 2, because part of what I want to try and do is take out the defenders early, it also kind of takes away a bit of aggression that I want. So in this particular case here, I'm going to stick with my folks on the right-hand side, and we'll see whether or not we're able to sort of deliver on the promise of some early aggression. So again, no damage. Gonna fire it anytime soon? Okay, now this is actually pretty good news for us. So one thing I could try and do with this unit is just chase this guy down. Oop. So this gives me this kind of gives me exactly what I wanted. Maybe the one concern I would have about this approach is that I do open myself up to his counterattack. So of course the other alternative I have is to say, all right, well, you know, you've had your fun. Now we're going to move along here. Again, I'm ignoring the potential damage because I'm hiding behind the buildings, and I set myself up for sort of a best reply when this guy comes in. Now it does close off the possibility of shooting the mech, which is a little bit of a shame. But I also have a plan for that. So maybe what I'll do as a precaution, on the odd chance that there is a threat. I don't see any disadvantage to sort of putting up my shield. So the idea here is that this will hopefully take out the tank. So what I want to keep conscious of now, I have a tank that isn't that much, it's not really that credible of a threat to this unit right now. My big advantage to this unit is trying to find a way to damage the enemy. So one thing I might want to try is, I actually don't think the angles quite work. So she kind of gets, well, this might be interesting. Like this is just where I need it to be. That is not the unit I want to be attacking. So again, I got to clear the buildings. If I move this back. Basically trying to make sure that we can maximize the time that that's happening. Now again, my original fear of being out of position, again, the reinforcements might be coming along at this end. So there's a couple of things that I want to try and make sure of, which is one, that I'm still behind the building, seeing as that's what the tank might be trying to do. But again, I kind of get the option of sneaking around the edge and trying to avoid any damage. The other thing that I could, of course, try and do is just run back to my little hiding place. The reason I don't like that is that it sort of clusters up all my units and they get in each other's way in terms of being able to do the damage. So again, we're using the terrain to protect our mechs. I'm going to try and do whatever damage I can to our enemy. This guy should be close to being finished, and with any luck, the shotgun will be able to finish off the tank. But again, we'll see how this all turns out. Okay, so he did take some damage off of that. Okay, that wasn't enough to finish the job. So both of them are standing, decelerating. Let's flank and finish them off. Okay, so reinforcements have shown up, but we don't see where they are yet. That's a little nerve-wracking, to be honest. So, again, we'll look at the timeline. Oh, now we know where they are. Okay. So I want to be careful of the left-hand side. Fortunately, they're completely ignoring my long-range attacker, which is good news for me. So first thing I'm going to do is I want to try and get the distance right as close as I can. Ugh, this is a hard one. It's not ideal, but this kind of winds up giving me the option later, and well, it's a little too close. You know what? It's not an optimal distance, but this is kind of my insurance policy if I don't finish the job. Okay, so the real action here is how I try and protect Tango. So the shield's taken some damage. That we knew that was going to happen no matter what. And the real question is, how do we... Well, actually, you know, there's a couple of options here. So again, I do need to account for the fact that there is potential damage coming to me from this. So maybe what I do instead is I say, well, screw it. I'm just going to take advantage of this for cover. Okay, that's I'm open up there, so I need to keep my priorities. So this effectively ignores the tank, right? Oh. Looks like I don't actually get the option to attack this unit on the... I wonder if that's intentional. So the fact that we can't see it, I don't get the option of targeting it. I guess they don't target me, so I guess it's only fair. Okay, so with that in mind, still going to take advantage of the cover, but this time we will rain misery on the tank over here. So that has got to finish the thing off. Like I don't see any other outcome. What I am going to do though, so I will wait for the attack to finish. and I'm going to get myself into position for the reply. So, of course, I'm running on the assumption that we finished this guy off here, but I think that's a fairly reasonable one. Now may not be a bad time for me to just sort of stop and smell the roses as far as my positioning is concerned. Sort of as anticipated, this is not a great place for this unit to be. This would be an interesting concept as a multiplayer match, but prediction is instead actually using machine learning to predict the other player's moves. That'd be interesting. I mean, at this point, like, I don't know how you would have any input at that point. It is worth remembering that there is a game already multiplayer like that in the form of Frozen Synapse, Frozen Cortex, and Frozen Synapse 2. And what you do is you anticipate so you do what the AI does. You're the one anticipating the moves. It's a very good game if you've not tried it, by the way. So, I mean, the one thing I don't like is where Kilo is right now, because, you know, this is my sort of range. The fact of the matter is that we're going to sort of be out of the action when it comes time to, deal with these two units. And unfortunately, there's not really a good place for them to be. If the AI wants to attack her, I can't move her over here because there's really no cover anymore. Maybe this, but even then, that's going to be blocking my own shots. So if they decide to attack her, then she's going to have to go around the edge. But again, there aren't really any clear shots. So it may be that I have to dedicate a move to her getting into position. And of course, that means that my shield bearer is going to be taking the brunt, which is kind of the point of having a shield bearer unit. But it basically does mean that while we did achieve what we wanted, which was to effectively neutralize the defenders in time for the reinforcements to show up, we still sort of have to deal with the fact that we're not in the best position for the reply. Again, this isn't exactly the most terrifying force that we've come up against. We haven't taken any damage to serious systems, but it is kind of worth keeping in mind just in terms of, you know, how might I have done this differently? Basically, positioning myself in a way that Kilo would be ready for action at the start of this next round, particularly maybe being in this area. So if she's got a nice clear shot, this tank is faced with the decision of attacking Kilo, where she can move behind the building, or attacking Tango. And if Tango is the one that's attacked, then basically they're able to sort of turn around or then Kilo gets the clear shot on them. You sort of give them an impossible situation. And unfortunately, I'm not going to force them into an impossible situation. There's going to be a very clear threat, which is my shield bearer. And Tango is basically going to have to make the most of next round to put themselves in the most dangerous position possible. But again, the hope is that we mop up the defenders and we leave ourselves a lot of options open for the next round. Kite, how the devil are you? I think you'll like this game quite a bit. But before we see the results, you're looking at this game. How are you liking it so far? Any thoughts? This game was made for me, Kite. I am having so much fun with it. Before I talk about Phantom Brigade, I do want you guys to know about Kite260. He is an exceptional streamer, an incredibly generous soul, a very nice person. My only regret is because they are so helpful in the real world, it does mean that they sometimes take some time away from their broadcast. He is one of the people who I think has done co-op broadcasting the best out of any other broadcaster that I've seen. But he does a little bit of everything. The last I watched him, he was doing a ton of Kirby, which is kind of, I think, the great love of his gaming life. But Kite is an incredibly strong recommendation. Somebody who I think has a wonderful attitude in terms of broadcasting, as well as just is a lot of fun to watch. I cannot count the number of games that I've become interested in specifically from watching him play. And I get the great joy. He is very complimentary to me on strategy games. And so I'll be honest with you, Kite is also one of the people I would want to see me playing this game the most. So Kite, this game is fantastic. So I don't know if you watch me play XCOM, but you know how XCOM, when you pull off a special move, you get sort of this cinematic of what you pulled off? Imagine that. But basically, you're making decisions 5 seconds at a time. And when you hit the execute button, you get to see all of the stuff that you do. So you get the little movie, you get the little cinematic every 5 seconds to see what you're pulling off. And this game is stylish as hell. So you're going to see that right now. I'm not even going to explain what the strategy was. I'll do that for the next round. Just watch and enjoy everything unfolding. These are my 2 units. These are the enemy units. So this guy... Okay, blown up. And we should open up on this guy. Is he dead? Okay. So now you get to see a little bit about what this experience is like. So as we sort of anticipated, they are going to be attacking this unit that's sort of out of position. I have a few options available though. So is this guy inactive? Okay, cool. And actually it looks like they're intact. So this is pretty good for me in the sense of recovering scrap. So what I want to be doing now is focusing on minimizing the damage to my own guys. And again, if we can, take advantage of positioning to sort of make the most of our count. So what do I think of this game, Kite? You already know what I think of it. Let's talk about what it's like to play this. You get your 5 seconds, and the premise of this game is that you have an AI that's going to predict what the enemy's movements are in 5 seconds into the future. One thing I really like about it, and again, I was watching this really interesting TV show called Devs. It's written and entirely directed by Alex Garland of Sunshine and 28 Days Later. Their directorial debut was Ex Machina. I think they also directed Annihilation, but I haven't seen it. Nice. So you're making a move on the predictions of what you think. So in this game, it's actually specific. So in the case of Frozen Synapse, which I know you watch me playing, you say what you think the enemy is going to do. In this, you actually know what the enemy is going to do. So to a certain extent, it's almost like a puzzle game in the sense that you know what's about to happen and you need to come up with your best reply to it. The reason why I mentioned devs, by the way, is if you just take a look at the edges around the screen, I have no idea why I pointed at the monitor. None of you can see me, but just take a look at the edges of the screen here. As you move forward in time, notice how the lens distortion moves up. Again, in the case of devs, you have a couple of people who are able to look at something that most people aren't able to. There's a technology that I'm trying not to give too much in terms of the way of spoilers, but basically there is a machine that allows people to be able to see something that maybe most people aren't or not able to have access to. And the further you go out, or the deeper you try to go in that, the more distorted it becomes. Again, I don't think this is like a devs reference or something like that, but it's a nice little harmony with the sorts of things that I've been looking at. So we get to see what the next few 5 seconds are going to be. So if we take a look at positioning, both of them are sort of moving forward. I know that at the end of the 5 seconds, the tank is going to be here, and at the end of the 5 seconds, the mech is going to be here. You can also take a look at the lines, and you're going to know how they're going to attack. So the mech is going to try and shoot Tango from behind, and the mech is going to shoot Tango from behind. The tank is going to try and get 2 shots off on Kilo. And you can see that, as time goes by. So again, we've already dealt with the enemy. So I did say that part of this turn was going to be about getting Kilo into position. So as sort of anticipated, oh, interesting. So apparently this may still offer me a bit of cover. The question is, do I think this is reliable enough to do something I want? The other thing I could attempt would be, okay, so right now I want to say let's try and minimize the damage that I might take from this tank. So let's say I did something like this for starters. This would be good because this opens up an attack on this guy. Yeah, that building covers me the whole way. The only drawback is that they get a little too close for comfort at the end. So, knowing that, I now have an opening to attack the mech here. Possibly have an opening to attack the mech. Let's see if I go... Yeah, I'm a little too close to the building there. So... we're going to adjust the movement a little bit. So one thing that I think would be great, and I suspect this will be difficult to do because this is really giving you an image. Like right now I have to completely remove this move order. It'd be great if I could just sort of grab the end of this and slightly adjust it so you can get some Sorry. Basically, just so that I can, I can get a little more precision in my movement. But basically here, I just want to make sure that I move my mech. I want to move my mech to a position where they're protected from both attacks. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to find an optimal attack on... see, they're in the... Yeah. Okay, nope, I know how I want to handle this. So I'm going to set myself up here first. Put myself in the optimal attack zone. So I want to wait the longest possible time. Okay, and then I protect myself by moving in closer. Are they going to hop on top of the... That'll be wild if they do. And basically, I just want to make sure that I move myself into a safer position by the end. Yeah, we'll prep for something like that. So this is basically my move over here, right? I hold off on the firing until I have a slightly clean shot. Even then, this isn't ideal, right? Sorry, I'm gonna try and get as close to the corner as I can get. Okay, so that's about as... Oh, but you know what? I bet they're just slightly outside of my range. Sorry, I do want to try and be as precise as I can. Oop. Yeah, that's about as good as I'm going to get, so... we will wait the duration of the attack. And then the hope is that we get behind this building before we have to deal with the consequences of our actions. Yep, perfect. Okay, so Kite will be familiar with this tactic. Teleport behind you, nothing personal, kid. So what I'm actually going to do here, so notice the attacks that actually happen on my shield bearer. It's just one, right? So this is a fresh unit. Oh, sorry. So the mech will reach the spot in about 2 seconds to shoot you. Does it then have the remaining 3 to open fire, or would the amount of damage it could do be the same if only it had a second? I'm not 100% clear. So let me know if I misunderstand what you asked here. But basically, if you look at, so you can actually take a look at specifically what the units are doing. So if I take a look at this, well, you're talking about the mech. So it's got a movement here. There's going to be a fixed amount of time that this attack will happen. Now, this is a shotgun. So basically, this is kind of like my own unit. It also has a dash, it looks like. So that'll be kind of interesting. That might be something that we can salvage off of it. So basically, it said, I want to move here. I want to wait. I'm just going to shoot this guy in the back. And I'm going to stay in position because I like where I am right now. So it can move while it's attacking. But in this case, I don't think it sees any point, because if it gets closer, then it's no longer in optimal range. If it moves back, it moves out of optimal range. It doesn't really have any reason to do anything but just stay put. Because I know it's going to do this, I say, well, you know what? Getting shot in the back sounds like this does not seem like the kind of way I can live a long and happy life. So I'm going to get behind this building. I'm going to wait the time that it takes them to take a shot at me. In fact, better still, I'm going to put up my shield and say, lol, you can't hit me. So on the odd chance that something awful does happen, I can do that. I'm going to wait for kind of the duration of the attack, or at least as long as I think it's going to be potentially a threat to me. Now I get to do the sneaks up behind you, nothing personal, kid. Okay, so I want to adjust that move a little bit. Again, I want to find an optimal range for my my shotgun. Actually, you know what? Might be a slightly more efficient move. I can do something like this. Ooh, that's getting right to the edge there. Okay. So what I wanted to try and do was put myself in a position where I'd be able to get a shot on the tank immediately afterwards. But I think I want to take this guy out a little bit more first. So what I'm going to do is try and put enough distance between me and the mech to... There we go. That's the perfect shot. Wait, really? Right. I screwed that up. Oh no, it really is that far. Okay. So what I might need to do if the tank decides to turn around, like get an attitude, turn around and get an attitude, I might need to sort of dodge behind the building here. But of course, now what we've done, we're attacking on both sides on the mech. The tank's really only going to be able to attack from a certain number of angles. Either they're going to have to move around here, so we kind of get to play Ring Around the Rosie, or they're going to stop and move back. This guy may still be standing by the end of it, but basically we sort of like we're presenting anything that this unit does ultimately is going to be penalized. I'm going to have a best reply for everything it does here. This is going to be the fly in the ointment on the plan if it turns out. So again, I've set up what I want to do. Let's see how it looks in real life. This kind of seems to be the best angle because we already know that we're going to be dodging behind the building. What we really want to see is this guy kind of come back. Actually, let's also get in nice and close to see the action happening. Okay, so that pretty much did what it needed to. This guy's still up and running, so I want to be a bit careful in terms of what our future movements will be. Also, it looks like there's a collision that's going to happen. So, again, it kind of looks like the AI gets the right of way. I know what the AI is going to do. So if I fail to respect its movements, I am the one who suffers the consequences. So it looks like this tank really wants this particular unit. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take advantage of that knowledge, and I'm actually going to get myself a nice little... I got to try and find a way to this wall. Okay, I'm going to do this as a temporary move. Okay, so I know I'm protected there. Now, if I want to try and get... So this is the real drawback here, is that it's just outside what I need. I have a very narrow window in which I'm actually able to make that attack work. But you know what? I'm gonna take this... Oh, hang on. I have a shorter range attack, and that's the perfect distance. So they just slightly, like they're just getting out of the range. But again, it's another attack from behind, so that's perfect. Now, I do want to do other things with this unit, but I've sort of dealt with the main concern that I have right now, which is I know damage is going to be coming in with Kilo. I really don't have any idea what I'm going to do about this tank yet. They're definitely getting to an optimal position, but essentially once I take out this mech, I have sort of a numerical advantage. So I get to turn around and say, okay, fine. Like, yes, you're in an optimal position, but I've got two people who are going to be able to get around the back, and it doesn't seem like there's any penalty for taking extra time. So what I want to focus on now is the fact that there is danger to this unit right now. This guy didn't necessarily like being shot in the back. I don't blame him. So what I want to do now is make sure that I'm not... I want to make sure that I'm not going to sort of get hit by their retaliation, and ideally, maybe be able to take out the unit on my own. I mean, one thing I might want to try is just chasing down the tank if I'm confident enough that I'm going to be able to seal the deal with my companion. So if I run like this, oh, that's interesting. Okay, this is a bit bold, because like, look at this guy has not taken that much damage. I think they're going to be alive and well. But it does seem to me that I get to sort of ruin the plans of this town. Oh, you know what? He just gets away. So if I try and do a shotgun... Well... See, the thing is like I warm up the shotgun. You know what? I actually think this is worth trying. Because now we kind of have dance partners. Okay, so now I need to allow for the possibility that this unit is going to be alive and well. So what I'm going to try and do now is, knowing what I know about sort of the state of the world. In fact, I'm going to do even one better. So we'll see, positioning-wise, they go... Okay, so they finished their turn sort of looking out that way. So I'm going to wait. Okay, so the tail end kind of gets... Well, you know what if I don't wait? What if I just move in? Okay, he still sort of gets into a slightly protected position, but... So if I do something like this... Oh, we crash, so... Okay, so again, that won't work. If I hop over like this. So they're still trying to shoot through a building, so that doesn't count. What I'm really trying to do here is just get that optimal range for another attack from behind. So if I could somehow get the attack happening right about here, that would be ideal. I think if I try that, though... I think the problem is that I shoot through the building. Well, I'm on high ground, so... What I got to think about, though, is the best reply. Okay. So I'm gonna kind of bug out here because I'm worried about this guy turning around and hitting me with his shotgun. So again, it's not a target of opportunity. I'm mostly making this move so that I can get Kilo out undamaged. So I'm curious to see how this one will turn out. This is gonna be kind of interesting. Oh, I think that was friendly fire. Okay, he's down. Oh, no, Kilo's still safe, so it looks like this guy's inactive. Again, his ship's intact. Tango's taking a bit of damage, but in all the spots where we want them to. And so they're finishing off their attack on Kilo. They still want Tango's... Yeah, so they only perceive Tango as the threat. So what I'm actually going to do with that in mind... I want to see how far I'm able to move this unit to take advantage of the fact that they're not being targeted. Okay, so I don't want to be shooting through buildings. So here we're unambiguously out in the open. And I think at this point... I'm going to give myself the... I'm technically going on the low ground, but part of this is just to get myself in a better position. So now basically what I'm doing with Tango is I'm making sure that the enemy is sort of reduced to attacking me through walls. And I'm going to move... Basically what I want to do is I want to move anytime... So something like that. Every time that they are shooting through a wall, I just want to stay put. And every time that they are... Every time they're not shooting, I want to get myself into a position where I can sort of ruin their day. So, like, here's an interesting possibility. I move out like this. If I give him a shot... okay. Like, this would be a perfect opportunity. But I think to complete the attack... Yeah, they get their shot. But you know what? I'll take a flyer on it. I think there's a little too much risk. Okay, so kind of the move goes... So again, this may not actually wind up doing the damage, but basically the tank keeps firing through the walls. I don't have any concern there. I get a quick shot off on him, and when the tank decides to reply, again, it's stuck with a wall again. So it may be that it dodges behind and it doesn't get hit by the shotgun, but it does give me a chance to sort of stop by the... It gives me a chance to sort of stop by the gap and try and, again, hit it in some crossfire. Oh, that was a beauty. Oh my god, those are really satisfying kills. So, Kite, were you impressed? It's very important to me that you see that. God, I love this game. All right. I'm getting kind of close to the end, but I still have some coffee to drink, so... This is actually the point, so... some of you have seen me play horror games and how stoic I get during them. The problem is that I also kind of take strategy games like this really stoically. So like there's that moment where I'd love to be, oh my god, what did I just do? I can't quite do that, but like my heart pumps a little bit faster when I see, when I see a plan all come into place. So this is good. I don't think most of you are going to take 3 hours to clear the first province, I guess. But oh my god, this game is everything I wanted it to be. Okay, congratulations on your decisive victory. You may see hope rise in this region, and you can now salvage the battle site. 30 seconds in real time. Damage taken, 178 on our time. Damage inflicted on the enemy side, 1,649. No units lost on our side. 0 subsystems detected on site. 54 actions planned on our side. Distance traveled, 475 meters. 2 units destroyed on the enemy side. No parts detected on site. That's a bit of a shame. 54 supplies detected on site. So we've got an intact mech. Destroyed tank. Second intact mech. Destroyed tank. Site inventory. Again, I'll admit I'm still not 100% how this works. So we'll salvage. Freedom! You have successfully liberated this province, and the people rejoice. The relief is palpable. One of your pilots wanders over to you as you watch the people dance in the streets. I know there's a lot more to do, she says, but shouldn't we celebrate the small victories? She and some of your other pilots would like to celebrate with the people. Give your pilots the night off and some booze to blow off some steam. Minus 6 hours, minus 200 supply, but we get 100 fatigue back. You can't spare the entire night off, but a few hours will suffice. So the thing I'm worried about here is that 200 supply. I really want to try and get some extra. I really want to try and get some extra gear in. So I won't pay for the booze, but they can join the parade. Parading has started. I'm actually going to pause for a second here. Yeah, so Kilo and Tango are still in a tough spot, so we'll initiate repairs. Now what I suppose is intriguing me a little bit is that I'm not so sure how I'm going to be linking these pilots to... Oh, here we go. So let's they've liberated a province. I figure they've earned a little R&R. And obviously we can join the parade because we're salvaging anyway, but I'm just trying to get an idea about what happens to the fatigue over time. So I'll admit I am getting a little bit close to the end of the stream, but let's see. All right, so it looks like Kilo's also getting some extra fatigue. So everybody's getting fatigue. I guess it's only events that allow me to cure that. So here's what I think is kind of neat about this map. So again, it depends. You've got a few different things that are going to happen based on your radar. So one decision I want to make right now is how do I want to approach this, right? We got a lot of areas that we need to liberate. I guess we're on our way to the capital. So there might be the argument of, okay, well, we want the most direct path that we can get, but of course it looks like the capital city is really, really well protected. I'm curious where so it says suggested level. I don't know how we find out what level we are. Oh, well, it tells me. God, don't you feel triumphant? So suggest level 2, 3. Okay, so we're gonna want to basically take a left after this. So what I think I'm gonna do is the farm is a level 2, the patrol squad is a level 1. I think what I'm actually gonna do though is I'm gonna take the farm right away. Then we'll move on to the patrol squad. Then we'll move on to the village. And the big question is how much of this area am I going to be able to scan as part of my journey? Because it's possible that there's stuff waiting for us in here that we haven't seen yet. But I don't want to waste too much time, so let's head directly to the farm. Oh, broken down army convoy, so we're already on our way to our next engagement. Okay, enemy territory. Since your homeland fell, the invaders have built military bases and reinforced all settlements and facilities. You've defeated enough enemies to liberate this province, but as you get closer to the capital and the invaders' borders, the enemies will become more challenging and battles more brutal. Invaders may counterattack. Proceeding with caution is advised. It's best to find more equipment before taking on well-defended locations. You should try and find an enemy patrol to ambush, defeating them and salvaging more advanced gear. So here's what I think I'm going to do. If you have any questions about this game, now's probably the good time to get them in, because this might be my last mission for the night. We'll see, because like when I play games like this, it's really easy for me to just do one more turn. But it looks like my plans have sort of changed a little bit. I'm not sure if I want to do broken down army convoy, farm, outpost, and then double back to the village, or if I want to clean up the small outpost on my way back. Either way, we're definitely going after the broken down army convoy, so. We've intercepted a distress call from a nearby enemy convoy carrying valuable supplies. They are broken down and awaiting repairs, vulnerable to attack. Suit up. So, I've got some options here. So, upper body. Alright, so we've got the Erebus M. Oh, cool. So it's going to show me... So the good news about these is that it gives me more thruster power. And the bad news is that the amount of power goes down, and I guess the overall heat goes up. Also, it just looks cool. Heat's higher. All right, you know what? I'm starting to get a bit of a feel for the loadouts. I think we're gonna go with our default loadout. Background. Oh, gotcha. I think I'm gonna do the unit customization. I'm gonna do that next time I stream this game. What a persistent bunch. Command won't drop any more squads to the site, so let's get this over with. Okay, so they do just really basic moves, and... Okay. So basically, they just shoot. What is interesting about this one, though, is that, like, so we've dropped in really close to these guys, and what becomes interesting is how am I going to keep Polaris from getting shot in the back, basically. I can run away from them, but that's maybe not, you know, that's not exactly a move for victory, right? That's, well, you know what? Okay, so I put some distance between myself. So again, this is the vehicle without any kind of armor. So when it comes to an attack, okay. So I'm not 100% sure. I mean, the drawback here is that they might be shooting me in the back. Which does worry me slightly. You know, I have a different idea. So I'm going to move to get behind cover as soon as possible. So these guys just kind of stay put afterwards, right? So I need to make a slight adjustment to the positioning. So really here, I should just let her rip, right? So we wait the duration of the attack. And then the biggest one for me is, so as I mentioned, like, it's all well and good. So I get to do some direct damage to them. That's all well and good. The real question now is, how do I put myself in a position so that I'm in a, so that I'm basically, you know, when it comes to the retaliation, I don't have as much to be worried about. So this is a little bit of a scaredy cat move. This will probably give me some cover, but they do have a couple of answers in terms of how they might be able to get around it. I think I'm going to do this, though. So again, it's a very basic move, but I think it keeps my guy protected. Now, I have a couple of options in terms of how I handle this guy. Again, I can set myself up so that I minimize the potential damage that they take just by going behind cover. Basically, if I stay put, well, actually, it looks like they still just try and hit them through the terrain. So maybe I just move back a little bit. What I kind of want to try and do here is I want to wait a little while. Actually, what I'm really curious about is, okay, so even if I'm here, so I can actually start this off with a shotgun to the face. I can actually just stay in position the whole time. I'm not going to, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for the duration of their attack. They don't seem to do anything else. So then the question is, do I try and move behind? So I could try and move behind this guy and get a shotgun to the back and sort of take them off the board, or do I try and get around and get a shot on the back on this unit? So I think what I'm going to try and do is I'll move up like this. So again, this is pretty much a perfect shot. So I'll wait a little while, but I also want to make sure that I make my escape, so the real drawback here is that this guy might be able to do a nasty attack before I can get away. So what if I didn't wait? What if I just booked it? You know what? I think that's okay. So it may not be as perfect of a shot as it otherwise would be, but I get 2 shots. Actually, that's the problem. If I do that move, I collide. And it looks like I don't have any way. Yeah, in both situations, if I try and go up the middle, I wind up... Okay, so instead of taking the damage, what I'm going to do is move around the edge, take the high ground. And this kind of gives me a chance to sneak around the edge afterwards. Okay, I'm feeling pretty good about where this is going. Oh, so he took took both barrels. Oh, I got to be paying attention to these guys' shields. I bet I didn't do anything to him. Yeah, so this guy definitely got banged up. Okay, so little bit of hubris there, but so again, I'm just gonna sneak around the edge. Now the big question is, once that happens, okay, so nobody uses any shields. You know what? I can act like a man! So keep my shield. Oh. Keep my shield up. Get a shot in the back at the end. I really got to make sure that that shield's up for the duration of the attack. Cool. So I want to make sure I'm not doing the same thing that they are, which is moving behind cover. What I'm trying to do here is set up a sort of a surprise on this guy. We may not be able to take this guy out, but if we can sort of change dance partners, it keeps them guessing. And I should have my shield available Okay, so now we got to see what's happening with Polaris. So actually, there isn't too... The threat isn't too severe. So if I just stand and deliver... Okay, this is kind of interesting, actually. So he doesn't attack until much later. So it seems to me what I do is I stand and deliver for the first little bit. Oh, but I'm shooting into a mountain. Now I see the trap. It's all good. It's all well and good for me to want to try and... It's all well and good for me to want to try and deliver the attack, but I need to make sure that I'm behind cover when the reply comes. So let's say I did something like that. Yeah, he's in position in time. Okay. So that's fine. What I do is I... So I am curious... Yeah. Let's not get fancy. I'll just sit behind the mountain. I am slightly curious if this is actually going to work. Yeah, I just tried shooting through a mountain there. Okay. So the question is, once I've gotten that taken care of, what is the best way for me to try and... Well, I guess, yeah, I already know the answer to that. I get on my own high ground. And I use my short range attack. It's a little too short range. This is the hard one, just because I'm still a little I'm feeling a little uncertain as to how effective I'm going to be at. Well, you know what? Okay. So I said we're going to change dance partners, right? Why don't I actually deliver on that? So take the high ground. Okay, so it looks like I'm shooting through a mountain again, so that doesn't... Well, hang on. That's some weird physics if that happens, so I'll accept the risk. And then I'll throw in a little something extra for good measure. It's kind of hitting his shield side, so it's not the most effective move I could do. And it does leave me a little vulnerable. So again, my question always is, what's the escape plan after I do my attack? So I'll hold back for the substance of the attack, and then I'll get ready to vamoose. Okay, I'll be interested in seeing how this works out, but it looks like neither of them are actually raising their shields, so we just need to deal with 2 of their attacks, and we should be good to go. So let's see how this turns out. So I should be raising my shield. So this guy wound up taking damage anyway. This guy's still standing, it looks like. Definitely a lot tougher than I thought they would be. Okay, so he wants my blood. Okay, so basically, it looks like when I said switch dance partners, that is quite literally what happened. This shouldn't be too taxing. So get behind the mountain just to wait out the attack. Hey, Azure Wind. Oh, God. I am so glad. Okay. Congratulations, everybody. You get a chance to see some more of this game. Yes, that's exactly the game I was thinking of. So let me give you guys a shout out. If you guys like games like this, please, for the love of God, follow Azure Wind. Azure Wind he's an absolute master of XCOM 2. He's been playing, is it XCOM UFO Defense I know it's got the dash in the title. The Julian Gollop original, published by Microprose. Azure Wind found me through playing BattleTech, and then I watched him play BattleTech and just nail it. So he does every once in a while do Rocket League or something like that. But I have to admit, I sent a message to Azure Wind saying, okay, look, you're going to want to check out this game that I'm playing. I think this is right up your alley. Like, I know you have a pretty clear set schedule on that, but I felt strongly enough about the potential of this title that I wanted to let you know when I was doing it. And, like, it's everything I thought it could be. This game is amazing. So it's early access. It's on the Epic right. Okay, let me get the word from our sponsors. For those of you who want to pick up the game, it's currently available on the Epic Store. It will, it's going to be in early access for about a year. This is your chance to sort of contribute to the game. It has, again, if you want to report bugs, Shift Tab. It's very, very easy to give the feedback form. They've got the Discord and all of that. And if you do buy it on the Epic Store and you use that affiliate link or you type System Chalk inside the creator code, I get a small portion of the revenues. But I actually care a lot more that you support the developers because they're Canadian and they're wonderful. Ryan Clark has done a lot to sort of put on these programs to sort of help people understand the games industry, understand sort of how to position themselves for financial success. If you haven't watched the Clark Tank, I highly recommend you do if you're interested in game development. But I am in the sense of being a casual observer. Anyways, so yeah, the big difference from so I'm kind of dedicating this to Azure Wind just so we can get everyone up to speed. The biggest difference between this and Frozen Synapse is that you have perfect knowledge of what the enemy is going to do. So the premise behind this is that you've got an AI that's going to predict the future 5 seconds in advance, and you'll notice that the lens distortion gets greater the further out in the distance you go. Just a nice little visual touch that they added in there. It's full movement, just like in Frozen Synapse, although you can take sort of 2 actions at a time, so you can do movements and attacks, whereas a lot of it was a bit more automated. Essentially, you could kind of give a brief, so similar to Into the Breach. So in a certain sense, like you could say, take the knowledge of attacks from Into the Breach, take sort of the very deterministic environment from Frozen Synapse and sort of the kind of committing your moves and doing everything all at once, and then you take sort of the cinematic flair of XCOM and you put it all together into the Breach. It's the thing that makes me feel bad is the comparison to the other games, because this is really unique and interesting, and so I'm perfectly okay sort of addressing it on its own level, like I think it's its own thing, and I think it's interesting for being its own thing. But on the other hand, like we do operate sort of in a world where obviously we have lots of games that we've experienced, right? So it also doesn't make a lot of sense to pretend that it doesn't remind us of other things. I'm just trying to maximize the amount of damage I can do to this guy. So yeah, basically the problem I'm trying to solve with this one right now is I know there's an attack coming from this one. Like I said, we're trading dance partners, so I'm just going to hide behind the rocks. I'm kind of taking a Hail Mary attack on here. I think this is going to go straight into the mountain, but I don't really have any heat penalty for it. And then I'm getting in close, and the idea is to try and get a flank in, hit him in the back, and then in the worst case scenario, I just run behind the hill again. So that's that turn taken care of. So this guy's in a little bit of a harder position. So we know that within the first, 2 seconds, he gets an attack, and there isn't really any cover for him to run into. But we already have the answer, right? This guy's got a shield, so we wait for, we wait for the attack to come in. All the while we move in for the move that we actually want to make. Right, so we've got our shield up for the duration of that attack. And once we put our shield down, we're almost in a perfect position to shoot the guy in the back with our shotgun. I think I'm actually just going to wait because I really like the placement of that. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else I want to do because he's probably just going to turn. I think what's going to happen is these guys are going to turn around and deal with their immediate problem. So this is like, again, it takes a lot of turns to do, but we're basically just picking them off from behind each time. And we're just sort of running into this nice circle, taking advantage of all the terrain. So I don't want to sell it short. It definitely comes across. Yeah. And I definitely didn't want to suggest that that's what you were doing. Oh, hang on. It said inactive at some point. I wanted to see what the deal with that was. I guess by the end of the attack, then they become inactive? I should figure out how that works later on. But yeah, that's just it. Like it takes those three things from those games that I like a whole lot. And the only thing I'm trying, I think it's because I was doing this a lot in Cloudpunk. A lot of my references were always like movies and video games. And the fact of the matter is like cyberpunk was a literary genre before, before we got Blade Runner and before everyone, kind of took Blade Runner's aesthetic and just like ripped it off on everything that they did. And I say this with every bit of love. Like I loved Industries of Titan too. But it's just one of these things I'm trying to keep conscious of is there's more things to life than movies and video games. And I'm trying to be a little more diverse in my references. So anyways, I've been teasing it the whole time. Let's watch the magic happen. So run away. Oh, so I did take some damage. Yeah, so that guy definitely did not. Oh, wow, he's still up. But he's not doing anything. This guy, though, is going to be attacking my comrade. Okay, so Polaris took a bit of damage. Okay, so again, we know that this guy is going to be turning around, so we'll run. Well, this will give us a chance to sort of cool down a little bit. Okay, so actually finish the move pretty much exactly where I want it to be. So yeah, we're just going to sit and fire with the shotgun, and we're not going to do anything else. The real question now, before I do anything else, so again, I know that there's an attack coming before too long. Oh, I'm actually going to overheat a little bit. So again, I want to make sure that I'm protected from the retaliation. And the question I have is, am I going to be able to get in position to... I'm probably going to be shooting into a mountain. So what I really want to do is get a shot in the back on this guy. You know what? It really doesn't matter. I'll just try and make sure that we've cooled down a little bit more. I'll see what chip damage I can do. Again, I might be shooting into a mountain on that. Well, at the very least, I can wait until he's actually climbed up the hill. And in that case, it might actually be... Yeah, so my short-range weapon is more appropriate in that case. So, I mean, we'll see what we can do with it. And then... Oop. I can complete the... So again, I'll wait because this is pretty much the perfect placement. I'm going to assume that that guy's taken out. And what I'm going to do is kind of create an impossible situation for... I'm going to create an impossible situation for this guy so that we have, you know, two people who can move either way. But again, I think this guy's basically lost. Okay, so he's going to eject anyway. So maybe I actually just don't want to... Maybe I just don't want to shoot him. Yeah, so I'm gonna change my approach here. I think I'm just gonna stick behind. Yeah, I'm just gonna cool down. There's nothing I can do. Nothing I can do about that. But seeing as we already know he's going to eject, I'm actually just gonna stand and deliver. Because again, if this guy wants to turn around and cause some trouble, well, this guy's in position to. This guy's kind of in position to hurt him. Units without orders, yes. So again, protect yourself. What? They just stood and took that right on the chin. My God. I really should have... That's what they meant by units without orders. Okay, well, we already know what they're doing, so this guy's already ejected, so I'm assuming that's good scrap for us. You're just blown away by how fluid the animation is. Do they only tell you the enemy's movement, or do you know when... Yes, you know where... You know their attacks. You also know... so whenever you see that like red line coming after me, that indicates an enemy attack. Again, I'm pretty sure we've disabled his... Okay, yeah, so he's just going to eject the pilot. In this case, we... I will put up the disrespect shield. So we definitely took quite a bit of damage on that for seemingly no reason. But that's fine. I made some mistakes. But yeah, so basically you have full... So generally all that you need is just to sort of scrub over the timeline. Like I said, it's a lot like being a video editor. This, by the way, was one of my sloppier missions, but at least we got the guy to eject. At this point here, there's really no reason for me to shoot up the mechs. So in this case here, I'll just like I haven't really needed it, but basically, if you wanted an exact account of what the AI is doing, you can actually see the equivalent timelines to what they're doing. So again, this guy is getting ready to eject. There's no reason for me to do any more damage to something that we might be able to put to our own purposes. So we'll get in nice and close. And he lives to fight another day. Supreme victory! Congratulations on your decisive victory. You may see hope rise in this region, and you can now salvage the battle site. 30-second duration. We took 710 damage. A lot of that I really didn't need to take, but, you know, not everything can be a perfect run. We inflicted 1651 damage, no units lost, no subsystems detected on site, 42 actions planned, a total of 377 meters traveled. No units on... Wait a minute. Oh yeah, we didn't destroy enemy units. We let them eject. No parts detected on site. Supplies detected on site. Site loot breakdown. So we took an intact... Well, it says intact, but we know for a fact we broke parts of it. Again, we sometimes run into these null unit IDs. I'm curious... Yeah. It'd be nifty if you could see the battle play out. That is the biggest one for me. If they had a replay function, this would, like, I'd say, perfect, you know, version 0.1.0, ship it. This is everything that you needed. It is the only thing that I've said I've wanted after playing this. Heavy armor. It looks like these units have been transporting heavy armor sets. They have more integrity than medium armor sets, but they are heavier, which means that they dissipate less heat and make your mech slower. Building a loadout that plays to the strengths such as armor can give you a formidable unit. You can dispatch salvage team to this site to recover any usable parts and supplies. However, the mobile base will need to be stationary with them. Deploy salvage crews to collect supplies and any intact equipment. Okay, so there is sort of a geoscape. I think ostensibly we are heading towards the capital city. It may perhaps... it may not come as any surprise that we're not ready to take them on yet. Yeah, I mean, so this is my question, Azure Wind. I did invite you to the stream. I'm about half an hour past what I was going to do, but like I'm really into this, and we seem to have gotten kind of a second wind in terms of viewership. So do you want to say? Oh no, I can't put you on this on the spot like that, because if you say no, then everybody's going to feel disappointed. Let's go for another round. So we can go off the small outpost. We can go off the farm patrol squad. I really feel like I should. I think I'll take out the small outpost. I feel like this is just going to give me a trail of breadcrumbs, and I'm going to have to wind up doubling back. But I really do want to see what's going on there. So let's. Oh, hang on. Let's not waste time. So we will do repairs. I suspect they'll take longer. Nope, 6 minutes for each time. Yeah, no problem. I don't want to, imply that I know what lies in the deepest, darkest reaches of your soul, but I kind of know what's up, and I also know what it's like to have an audience that thinks they know what you want, which, by the way, is no disrespect to people who normally watch my stuff. I actually like it when people tell me some stuff that they might like to see me play, but everyone has a game recommendation, and you can't satisfy everyone. So I sort of have an advantage in the sense that I can show you what makes this game interesting. So in that case, I figured I'd abuse the privilege and show you what's going on. Oh, here's one thing I want to know. Are my pilots... Okay, so my pilots aren't really doing any better as far as the fatigue is concerned. So you know what? I think I'm just going to reassign. I'm gonna work Kilo and you know what? Yeah, I'll keep them in reserve for the level 3 mission. That'll probably be the first level 3 I have to deal with. Let's take the small outpost with the B team. Whoa! Why is there red happening? Okay, we'll have to figure that out later. Assault, you can attempt to gain control of the structure by mounting an assault with your squad. Sean, how are you doing, my friend? I'm sure you already know that this is a product by Brace Yourself Games, and so as a result, I'm immediately interested in it. Canada represent. It's technically not a train. We got the tires on it, but yeah, this is a little bit like the Avenger. No, the Avenger's the transport. What the hell is it? The mobile HQ from XCOM 2. What? Screw it. All right, I'm just about to finish my coffee. Decelerating. Let's flank and finish them off. This is the bad guy speaking. Okay, so, and this is a first. We're the ones caught in a crossfire. This is actually going to be a little tricky to manage. I think the building is going to be what saves us here. So let's start with Polaris. Let's see who's attacking them. So this is a great example. The Avenger. Okay, so it was the Avenger. So yeah, Adjuan, you're talking about the information that you're given. So notice, let's take a look at specifically this tank right here. Like, I can click on it. It's got an optimal range of 48 to 99 meters. Now, I don't think it'll give me the HUD of exactly what those ranges look like, but it's pretty clear. Like, 48 is about the distance that my like my assault rifle will give me. I can probably get a 34. Okay, 34 to 54. So basically the outer ring, and the further away I go, the more dangerous it becomes, basically. So as we can see here, the tank's going to be attacking me. Now, the thing that's interesting about this one is that I actually don't have that much to worry about from the tank. Actually, is it really attacking? It could be that it's attacking. Okay, I'm just going to do a run here so I can disentangle. Interesting. So I was wrong. It's actually... So I'll do this again just to disentangle the two. Okay, so it's this tank and this mech that's attacking Polaris. And then it's this mech and this tank that's attacking Foxtrot. Sorry, I remember my main team. So the good news about Foxtrot is if I really want, I can just put down a shield and say lol. But the other thing, of course, that I want to do is to try and put myself in a position where I can sort of maximize, maximize the follow-up turn. It's probably a little much to expect. I mean, it's nice to have the high ground and all, but so let's say I did that. Yeah, then the... Okay, so let's say I wait for the shot. I'm going to hop down. So I'm trying to set this up so that I can get a sort of a follow-up shot in the back on the tank. Okay, so I'm going to wait a little while, and then what I think I'm going to do... Actually, you know what? I'm kind of okay waiting here. So basically, it lets me get a couple of shots off on that tank. It may not finish the job, but I don't have any heat worries. I'm also in a nice position to be able to run behind cover for most of the things that might be threatening me. So essentially, I don't think Polaris should be taking any damage. I'm able to inflict some damage on the tank. I am unfortunately ignoring the mech, but that's going to be what the next part of the round is focusing on. So the advantage that I sort of get here is that this mech is so busy focusing on Polaris that now Foxtrot's going to be able to come in and make his contribution. So again, I want to try and take advantage of positioning. But the nice thing here, just give it a little time. In fact, maybe... I think this will make me wait too long. Yeah, so the problem with that is the tank gets a good shot on me. Okay, so if I do that, so again, I want to take the shot as soon as he's in a good position. Yes, and then I need to remember that he wants another shot on me. But what's funny about that, so here's what I do. I make sure that I make sure I'm in a position to finish the job. And then what I do is I run around the edge here. I want to make sure I don't overheat on this. So 1 shot with a shotgun. Then I sneak around. So again, this guy shoots concrete. Now, if I look at the angle on this, I actually think I also shoot a building as well. Yeah, I don't see a world in which that actually hits. So, let's adjust the movement. So the problem with this one is that it's just too close, so the shotgun isn't as effective. Yeah, and he's got a clear shot on me. Okay, so let's say I move around the edge. And I mean, his shot lasts to the end of the timeline. What would be ideal for me, of course, would be to somehow get around the edge. So if I were to do something like... So like if I did something like this, but the problem is I just go crashing into him, and there are melee attacks, but I don't seem to have a mech that does them yet. So, oh, here's an interesting idea. So what happens if I try... Okay, well, I'm not able to do my shot, but it does mean that I get to sort of take him on from behind. Well, no, but see, then I need to decide... I need to do something else with this unit because we've got all of our focus on this side, and so we're going to be hitting him on the front. I do want to keep Foxtrot inside of the city here because that gives me the most cover. These guys have got kind of perfect shots on everyone else, so if I can sort of confound them by hiding behind all of this infrastructure, I'm in a better spot overall. So let's try something totally different. Let's say I want to chase him down on the edge here. So I actually think he might be able to shoot through the... Okay, so let's pretend that he can. Where can I be by the end of... realistically be by the end of this round? Okay, so that doesn't work because... By the way, I also have the option of the shield in the worst case scenario, but right now I'm trying to avoid using that if I can. It seems like I'm sort of stuck. Yeah, I have some pretty limited options as far as the movement. So I guess the last thing I could try would be I move in closer like this, and I kind of hope that I can kill it before it kills me. But I'm going to be coming off of a shotgun shot pretty early on. So you know what? Let's abandon the idea of trying to get an attack in. What I'm going to do instead... So I'll move along like this. And let's see if I can sort of get a pot shot on... It's like none of these are all that inspiring, but at the very least, like I can do something. And it's going to make my heat go up, but that's fine because I sort of want to move around the edge anyway. This is really just more of an attack of opportunity. I don't actually want to see anything happen out of that. What I'm just trying to do here is I'm trying to force their attacks in ways that will let me sort of weave in and out of the concrete and take advantage of the situation. So let's see how this gong show plays out. Okay, so it's right sides down. So we did a little chip damage on there. So I might actually be running into that attack now that I think of it. Okay, so perhaps unsurprisingly, they're gonna... Oh, interesting. So this guy's... So I have a couple options available. So one thing I could do with my... God, this is so tempting. Dodge this. Okay, so he turns around partway through that. I wonder if I can move that anywhere closer in the timeline. Yep. So I basically want to maximize the amount of time that that shotgun's going into his back. Unfortunately, I don't think I can make the shield cover the full amount that I need. I'm willing to risk it, let's say. I do need to get out of there though. So we'll wait a little while for the shot to finish. And then I'm going to start creeping behind. Well, I mean, the other option I have is I go around the edge like this and prep for the other tank. That's maybe not the most exciting move I can do. What I can do instead is kind of move around the edge. And this is going to force, again, this forces a hard decision for them, right? If they try and come out of the rubble and take me on, then I just kind of run around the edge. They could get two guys to come after me, and then the tank is going to be able to get a good shot. But the catch for them in that situation is that I have a shield to put up. Like, I get to choose who damages me and who doesn't. So as far as I'm concerned, this guy's in a pretty good spot. The only thing that I would have preferred would have been able to do another shotgun shot, but that's not the end of the world. It seems to me like I have the option of being able to take this thing out right away. So I would like to... I'd like to capitalize on that if I can. Now, I need to move that ahead in time just so I don't overheat. And of course, the drawback now is I open myself up to... Actually, hang on. So if I just stay put, everybody's attacking me through the wall. How delicious. Okay. So I'm going to run that up here. So I'm going to assume that we kill this thing on the shot. So then I guess the real question is, do I want to move up like this? So again, we're hiding behind concrete, or alternatively, do I run around the end and hit this guy in the back? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to focus on this side, again, because I get to sort of force some hard choices on them with this unit. And ideally, so my preference would be to sneak in through this rubble. It may be that they kind of detect that and they force me out. But the hope is if I've disabled this unit, then I'm in a better shape, better position overall. So again, we'll just review the position. We do have one attack coming towards me, which isn't blocked by terrain, but I am blocking it with my shield. So we will take some damage. We will need to recover after that. But the hope... Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I allowed myself the possibility of crashing into the enemy. So let's just revise the plan a little bit. Well, that's still a collision. I think that still sort of falls... Yeah, that still falls within the range that I wanted. I'm a little curious, so that's as close as I can get without the... Actually, you know what? Let's just... So I want to try and fire as early as I can when he's in my optimal range, and that just means that I'm able to get the cooldown a little bit faster. It's funny, I've actually been using this close range weapon a lot more often, but it also makes sense because I've really been taking advantage of territory so far. So anyways, we've gamed it out. I know there's one source of sort of unadjusted damage, and the answer to that has been to use my shield. So let's see whether or not the plan pays off. So shield up. Got his two shotguns in the back. And we get another shot in the back. So integrity damage, but I don't think he's down yet. This is inactive. This guy's still up and running, but he's close to a finale. So my prediction will be, sorry, before going too far, this tank almost certainly is going to be targeting this guy. Yeah, so they're kind of going for crossfire, but it's actually great for me where I'm at here, right? So everybody's focusing on this one, and he's left this whole he's left this whole opening here, so he's given me an escape route. I'm actually kind of curious as to whether or not I'm going to be able to... Oh, actually, you know what? This is not as ridiculous as it seems, because all of these units are a bit weak right now. So what they're doing by focusing so much damage on my shotgunner is that they're disabling him from being able to kind of come in and do some serious damage. What they're not doing, though, is preventing this unit from doing that. All right, so looks like he gets to shoot at her right away. I don't think there's anything I can do to avoid that damage. Really getting behind cover is the best I can. Oh, actually, yeah, he's just hitting the edge of the concrete there. So I'll see. This is kind of my primary weapon, but looks like I'm limited to. Looks like I'm limited to my short-range weapon, so we'll start with that one for starters. And if I can get a follow-up with my primary, yep, that's a great use of my moves. So, and I'm not going to move from that. I'm very content with where I'm at with all of this. So in this case, it's a very simple move, do as much damage to the rear of this unit as I can possibly do. Let's see if we can add a little more variation on my shotgunner. So again, I've sort of addressed everything I want to on this side with him, right? I've got 2 good shots with my sort of my long-range damage dealer. What I want to be focusing on now is how can I move my shotgunner in an interesting way that I can either do damage to this unit or alternatively move them in such a way that I'm in a better position at the start of next turn. I think it's fair to say, well, you know what? There's an outside chance we might do something interesting here. So I'm going to just straight up move towards this guy. We've already taken a little bit of damage. There's nothing I can really do about that. We already know we're getting a repair. So I just want to see how much damage I can realistically do. Okay, that's a little premature. You know what? We're gonna run as far as we can, and I'm gonna try and do. Okay. So this is gonna cross over into the next turn. It's better than nothing, I suppose. Which is a terrible justification for an approach, but again, it gives me a little bit better positioning. So. Whoa! I did not think he was going to be jumping over like that, so I took a bunch of unnecessary damage. Okay, so he's going to eject almost certainly. Oh, nope. Because he still has his attack. Okay, that was pretty bad in terms of the damage that I took off of that. So my shield's in tough shape. Now I got to finish my attack here, and he's going to be sort of replying, so I want to try and move behind as early as I can. This is slightly inconvenient in terms of moving because it keeps me from doing any other interesting attacks. But again, he's going to be the source of all of the damage that I take. Although it says inactive, so something happens to him. Are we talking the same guy here? Okay. So this guy's going to attack. Again, I want to make sure that I'm out of a dangerous situation. So if I run behind the building, I do actually get tagged in the back. So let's say I want to move. Okay, that causes a collision. That's no good. Yes, and then the tank. Okay, well, the AI's still got some tricks up its sleeve, it looks like. So let's say I do that. Okay, so it's not going to do any attacks on me. I think, yeah, all of the attack. Okay, so here's what's good about this. All of the attacks that it does are blocked by concrete. Then I get to set up my reply. Oh, but that's ridiculously long range. It's actually long enough range as to be completely ineffective. So much for that. Okay, so... But the good news is... Okay, so this is actually does not need to be as complicated as I'm making it out to be. So I'm protected by the concrete. I'm actually going to get a little bit more distance, and that's just so that I will have him in the optimal zone a bit sooner. He crosses over at this point. And I let it rip. And again, that's all damage right to the back. And there's actually no more sophistication to that particular move. I'm perfectly satisfied with where that takes me. So I've got my early attack. So I know something's coming after me. So I guess I can just try and chase after him. That's not too exciting though, so if I do something like this, I might get I get a shotgun blast, and then I still get to dodge behind. Oh, hang on. Maybe I should pay attention to where some of this stuff winds up. Okay, so the problem here is he jumps up behind the cover, so we'll take a detour. This is such a weird movement. Okay, so if I actually did that, yes, it protects me. No, it doesn't put me in a good spot. So is it really as easy as I just go? No, because there's got a big hole in that, so he's going to get a good shot. I mean, the other option is I put up the shield and come after him that way, but I think the shield is probably the weakest part on this mech right now, so. Okay, so if I force him to take the long way, nope, then he jumps up on the tile and he's wide open. So what if I tried something different and I said I put him behind the tower right away? Now he's caught there. Okay, so it's clear that I have to... This is my bare minimum that I need to accomplish to avoid the damage. However, I do get a head start on my move away. Perfect. Okay, so he gets a little bit of a shot at me. If I try and chase him around... Oh, that's interesting. So if I give chase, it actually wind up in a little bit of danger. But I'm kind of okay with that because that just means that I'm in a better position to cause some problems. As a precautionary measure, I am going to set up my shield. I can't have that run the... So, you know, just in case it shoots through the concrete. So this is, again, a little bit more about positioning him for the future turn. My hope is that we're able to take this guy out from the bullets to the back. But again, I can potentially set up a crossfire with this unit. This guy turns around, and this guy comes around the edge. If this unit's still active, it makes life a little bit more difficult, but I sort of have escape. I have escape routes for just about everyone. The one worry is if this wall starts getting crushed. I'm actually kind of liking how the complexity's been moving up. So, okay, so he did wind up taking a little more damage than I wanted. His shield's done. All right, so the cover's gone. Unfortunately, nobody dropped, which was the one thing I was hoping for. So, where are the attacks coming? Okay, good to know. So I dodge the attacks by going behind concrete, at least as much as I can. Yeah, I don't want to be too eager on that, actually. The aim here is basically a setup so that I can do a shotgun. Oh, Jesus, yeah. This is not as good of a position as I thought it was. Okay, so let's I'm gonna scrub the plans for this guy. I think I need to sort of do a retreat for this unit. Unfortunately, that's probably gonna cause a collision. Yep. So I have only one option in terms of movement, and I think that option gets me some damage. Yeah. So, what kind of damage does this guy have? You know what? I don't need to be scared all the time. Ah, damn it. Too much heat. So, like, basically, we just wind up firing on each other. But I have not taken any damage on this thing so far. So at this point, I think I just accept life sometimes has disappointments, and again, I got to be careful on the. So my hope is that this takes this guy out completely. And I think that means that my shield bearer... Okay, actually, let's try and be creative with this. So if I move him behind this tower... And then I move him there. So again, part of this is just about getting close enough to be able to do some real damage. Why does it not think that it can hit him? I actually think they've got a full... I think they've got a pretty clear shot. Okay, so as, again, pure protection, put the shield up, hope for the best. I'm definitely playing a lot more scared than I need to be. But we'll do the cleanup job after... Okay, this guy gets a shot on me after. Not sure how I feel about that. Yeah, it just doesn't matter. Waiting behind that wall is not the end of the world. Okay. I probably should review this one. Okay, I will review it. So yeah, the one thing I'm not crazy about is it does seem like Polaris is going to take some probably avoidable damage had I been thinking a little bit more. But it may be that we can take that guy out, so. Okay, so that guy's not taken out. Even with 2 shots. Okay, so it was good that we put up the shield. Let's see. Okay, so that tank still wants my blood. Interestingly enough, this guy's not doing anything. Oh, but he ejects, that's why. Okay. So, I kind of consider this a free unit just so long as I'm able to handle the tank. So let's think a little bit more about how this is going to play out. So I want to try and get in closer first. All right, I know exactly how this is going to work. So we waited out behind the concrete wall, and then we sneak up behind him. Well, that's a very interesting targeting. All right, I think that weight is a little too... Well... Okay, that's in the sweet spot. And that kind of maintains the distance, although, I mean, it does sort of invite the question as to exactly what I think is going to happen when he turns around. But again, that's what I have a shield for. So I think we've kind of figured out what we want to do with this guy. So let's see... So this, again, we know that this guy is going to eject. I do not want to focus anything on them if I can avoid it. So ideally what I do here is I sort of sneak out. I sneak between cover. Yeah, so the best for me is if I can just wait out the shot and then move close enough that I'm able to deliver a reply. Well, this is as good as I'm gonna get, but I think I'm probably just gonna wind up shooting the wall. Okay, got tagged, unfortunately. Okay, so the shot through the concrete, unfortunately. Okay, so we've crippled them, but they're not done for. Okay, that guy's going to eject, so I don't need to worry about anything else. And if I can, so the question is, how do I get into shotgun range as fast as possible? It's not perfect, but it's what I got. Again, this guy is focused entirely on this unit. Oh, it's currently crashing. Cool. Unfortunately, I think if I fire this gun, I cook my pilot. Okay, so I can just kind of stand and fire for a bit, but then they... Okay, so I get to wait until the attack is finished. Then I move behind the cover. Okay, I hate that I'm being this greedy, but... So if I waited that long, it's possible that I still avoid the attack. Am I able to deliver one last volley? God, it's tempting. I may regret this, but it's just too tempting. Yeah, that was completely unnecessary for me to work out the rest of it. So again, more damage than I necessarily wanted to take, but... Oh, no problem, Kite. I think I'm probably done for myself. Yes, sorry, Azurwind. I also forgot to mention, everything on the map is completely destructible. Okay, that was actually... I had a lot of fun with that, because I feel like I got myself into some bad positions, and we worked our way out, so... 35 seconds, real time, 534 damage taken, 1935 damage inflicted, no units lost, no subsystems detected, 63 actions planned, half a kilometer moved, plus 49 meters, 1 unit destroyed, no parts, 78 supplies, with 2 intact mechs. Well, some assembly required on this guy. I like that the hands are... I like that the hands are sort of floating in midair. But yeah, we'll call that one the Black Knight. I'm feeling good. Light armor. It looks like these units have been transporting light armor sets. They have less integrity than medium armor sets, but they are lighter, which means that they dissipate more heat and make your mech faster. You can dispatch a salvage team to the site to recover any usable parts and supplies. However, the mobile base will need to remain stationary with them. So 3 hours to salvage. I should be taking the time to repair the units. And it's merely a mech wound. How you doing, Casual Nothing? I hope you got a chance to see some more of this, but I think, let's say... Come on, fingers, you can do this. November, it is the 18th for a few more minutes at least. I actually really appreciate the number of you who are hanging out and watching this. I am trying to be a little bit more disciplined with my bedtimes and such. So I did go an extra hour tonight. And honestly, I'd love to keep the good times rolling, particularly because... oh, hang on. It looks like somebody... Oh, no, this is 2 days ago. Sorry, I thought I'd thank somebody for following, but that was before. Yeah, I'd like to keep doing this, but I also think it's important to... like keep discipline. But let's get some details out of the way before we finish. So roadmap. Game was released a couple days ago on the 16th. December will be the first major update. Quality of life, player requested QOL improvements, supply economy and workshop options, new combat environments, UI UX improvements. January, the campaign update, diverse combat scenarios, new narrative events, new combat environments, campaign map improvements. February, arsenal update, melee 2.0, missile weapons, artillery weapons, and additional enemy types. All of this strikes me as being really interesting. So like this whole strategy I've had so far about hiding behind walls, I suspect as soon as artillery weapons come in, everything I was doing about that is just going to get, blown away. There's the feedback forum, which you've already seen. Shift tab if you want to do it inside the game. I haven't taken a look at the release notes. I do recommend going into the Discord servers for games, because the whole appeal about doing stuff like that is to be able to watch a really interesting game kind of become alive. I will take a minute here. Oops, sorry, help pages. Let's do credits again. So 6 people on the core development team. That astonishes me. But of course, Brace Yourself is many more people. I know probably the font is a little too small to write out, but you guys also had to hear my terrible reading of everybody's names. I do want to thank Brace Yourself very much for giving me the key. I had a ton of fun with this. If you guys are interested in picking it up, you can currently get it on the Epic Store. And again, it's not a big deal to me. I mean, the amount that I'll get from any single purchase on the Epic Store is not really going to make or break the stream. I do include stuff like that because it is a way that if you are already making the purchase, it is a way for me to sort of offset the costs of doing the stream, and I appreciate it. But please don't consider that a requirement. I would much prefer that you support brace yourself, even if that means, if you have somebody else that you support through the affiliate links and whatnot. If you do wind up buying something on the Epic Store and you don't use that link, you can also go under the creator tag System Chalk. Again, it doesn't raise the price for you, but it does direct a little bit towards the creator that's tagged. And I don't know. I think Epic's an interesting storefront, frankly. I mean, we had the news today that Apple's going to be having a small business program. So if you make under $1 million in revenues, the fee for using the storefront gets lowered to 15%. It's 12% on Epic. And I believe this game is using the Unreal Engine. And so the 5% for using the Unreal Engine is also being offset against the Epic Store amount. So definitely this is currently the only storefront that you can buy it. It's also the one that is going to make sure that the largest amount of that money is going towards the people who are creating it. But as I mentioned as well, not only do I have the affiliate link with Epic, but I also was given a key for promotional purposes from Brace Yourself Games. I have every intention of following up with this game again. So just to give you an idea about where I'm at on the stream, I would like to finish Cloudpunk, so I'm really on the fence about whether I'm going to be doing Phantom Brigade on Friday again, or if I'll try and wrap up Cloudpunk so that I can focus on Phantom Brigade. I also want to go back to Industries of Titan, which is another game by Brace Yourself, which is also available on the Epic Store. I really want to get back to that as well. So there's a lot by this developer that I'm interested in and I want to cover. I'll say on Twitter when I know what I'm covering it, because I honestly could play this game for another 6 hours, and I'm forcing myself not to do it. But if you liked what you saw, feel free to drop the follow. If you didn't, well, thank you for hanging out anyway. I'm going to take a quick minute here and see who's streaming, because if we have another Phantom Brigade stream, oh, there are a few people here, so I don't think it's anybody. Do any of you know any of these streamers? There is a side of me that would like to just host Lumpen Enthusiast, who's currently listed at the bottom. So let's do that. I'm actually really happy that there's a lot of people doing this right now. So raid Lump. So I don't know any of these streamers, but Lump Enthusiast is currently playing the game as well. Who knows? They'll maybe do it better than me. I'd love it if you guys would stick around for that, because let's face it, the more people who show interest in the game, the more people are going to stream it. And as a result, it's going to be much more likely that this game gets the attention that it deserves. So please do hang around for the raid. I will let you know there's about 5 people streaming the game right now. So if that stream isn't quite your thing, feel free to support one of the other Phantom Brigade streamers. I will see hopefully most of you on Friday. And again, I'll say on Twitter when I'm going to do which game I'm going to do. I'm definitely going to do more Phantom Brigade. I'm definitely going to do more Industries of Titan. Until then, have a wonderful evening. Please treat Lump Enthusiast well, and I'll see you guys next time.